afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to today's conference, Decoding BRICS, Beginning of a New World Order, here in the beautiful Bucerius Law School in Hamburg. And obviously I also welcome everybody that is following us via the live stream today, whether it is in German or in English. Welcome to today's event, also at home or in the office, wherever you may be. So obviously it is my pleasure to welcome you in the name of all the strong partners that made today's events possible. And I especially want to thank everybody of the team of the Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung for the Freiheit for making this possible today. Thank you so much for organizing such a beautiful event today, and also all the other strong partners here from Hamburg who are so important for this city's discourse. I want to point out the Körber-Stiftung. Thank you so much everybody that is here representing the Körber-Stiftung. There is the Bundeskanzler-Helmut-Schmidt-Stiftung. Welcome to everybody representing the Schmidt-Stiftung here from Hamburg, the GIGA Institute, the German Institute for Global and Area Studies, and obviously also the OAV, the German Asia Pacific Business Association. Thank you for participating in today's event and making this happening today. It is for sure an exciting time to be talking about BRICS, this powerful bloc of nations that wants to shape the future of the global economy and impact. And BRICS for sure is a symbol of the shifting balance in global power. I mean, if you have been following the news these days or work in the news as I do, I think we see more than ever the world moves away from traditional structures. And today in this conference, we want to explore how this dynamic coalition BRICS is reimagining the world order and what it means for the future of the global development. So I want to take a quick look together with you at today's program. We will start with a welcome speech of Mr. Karl-Heinz Paquet, the chairman of the board of the Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung für die Freiheit. And it is also our pleasure, and we are very honored to welcome you, the ambassador of Brazil to the Federal Republic of Germany, Mr. Roberto Jaguaribe Gomes de Matos. Thank you so much for joining us today. And then this afternoon, we have a total of 5 panel discussions on important topics such as climate action, business in Asia, BRICS as a counterweight to the G7, and furthermore on the questions security and reshaping the liberal world order. And last but not least, I want to point out the keynote of Mr. Thomas Henschel, who is joining us from the Foreign Office today. And don't worry, everybody, there also will be coffee breaks. You are more than welcome to listen to this conference in German. If you need any help with that, please approach the staff in the back of the room. You will be assisted there. And also the live stream is offered in 2 languages, English and German. You realized we have a lot on the plate today, and there's only like one final organizational remark from my side. There will be an email sent to you after today's event, and we would really, really appreciate it if you could take your time and give us some feedback to make event like this today even better in the future. So that's it from my side to this point. Let's dive in, and it is my pleasure to pass the microphone on to Mr. Karl-Heinz Paquet. Welcome, Mr. Paquet.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Alena Pomerenke, thank you very much for your wonderful introduction of this event. On behalf of the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation for Freedom, I would like to welcome you to today's BRICS conference here in Hamburg. You may have wondered about the title of the conference. The conference deliberately bears the somewhat technically sounding title Decoding BRICS. But already the subtitle makes it clear that today's program is about far more than just deciphering the acronym that most of you know anyway and are familiar with. Rather, we want to uncover whether BRICS represents the beginning of a new world order, and if so, in what areas and with what economic and political consequences. At a time when multilateralism is being massively called into question between West and East, the loose club of states known as BRICS has enjoyed growing popularity, at least at the latest, since last year's major enlargement round of BRICS, which now consists of 10 members, 12 partner states, and dozens of other countries are interested in becoming members. So BRICS apparently is, for many countries in the world, an attractive club, if you like. Around half of the world's population now lives in BRICS countries, because we have at least two huge population giants in BRICS. And that also represents around 40% of global economic power, more, by the way, than the G7 countries. In view of this growing importance, which is likely to continue due to the long list of further candidates, Germany and Europe can no longer afford to simply ignore BRICS. It would be irresponsible to merely hope that the superpowers, China and India, are blocking each other in mutual rivalry, or that BRICS and for that matter remains, a toothless tiger due to the still weak institutional setup. Instead, an explicit BRICS strategy is needed, especially in dealing with those countries that are not fundamentally opposed to the West, but see BRICS rather as a pragmatic platform for diversifying their political and economic relations. Diversification of political and economic relations is also vital for Germany and Europe to reduce critical dependencies on countries like China and also on countries like the United States in times of increasing unpredictability, geopolitical tensions, and, for that matter, trade wars. And now, of course, I have to say a word on the events of the last few hours. This conference could not have been more timely, because last night at 10 o'clock Central European Time, 4 o'clock American East Coast time, exactly the time when the Wall Street closes, this was apparently deliberately chosen, President Trump announced a package of protectionist measures, highly differentiated between countries. Mr. Ambassador, Brazil only got 10% punishment. We got a little bit more, 39%. Nobody really knows exactly how they calculated it, but we have an idea. It has something to do with the trade deficit structure. And as a trade economist, whom I am, who grew up in the free trade environment of the Kiel Institute of World Economics, 100 kilometers north of Hamburg, I cannot remember a similar event before, and this is not due to the fading of my memory, but it is due to the fact that there has never been such an event. The Americans have protectionist instincts, we know that. The Smoot-Hawley tariff in the early 30s was a disaster for many countries in the world, including many Latin American countries. But what happens now may not only be a disaster for globalization, but also a disaster for the United States, I'm afraid. We will have to think about it, what it means, and I'm pretty sure that in the course of the sessions this afternoon, we will come back to these matters. It has a lot to do directly or indirectly with our topic today, with BRICS. Ladies and gentlemen, with today's conference, we want to provide an impetus for an important debate. Obviously, an important debate politically, economically, for the future of globalization. In view of the size of the task and the eminence of the topic, I am delighted that in addition to the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation for Freedom, a whole series of other renowned think tanks and institutions are and have been involved in organizing today's conference, which all, similar to our institution, have dealt intensively with BRICS in academic analyses, publications, and conferences. I would therefore like to thank the Körber Foundation, the German Asia-Pacific Business Association, the Bundeskanzler-Helmut-Schmidt-Stiftung, and the German Institute for Global and Area Studies, that we were able to inspire them with our idea of jointly organizing a BRICS conference, and that they are contributing today their important expertise and networks. Let me say, the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation already got an applause from you a few minutes ago, so please give a hand to these institutions. Thank you very much. Without slapping us all too much on our shoulders, I may say that we have today something like, if there is anything like that, but something like a who is who of German BRICS research represented in this room. Under the expert orchestration and moderation of the organizers, we want to take a closer look at and discuss the growing importance of BRICS in various subject areas with experts in the field. A couple of questions, will Brazil specifically guide BRICS to become a driving force for global climate action? Will BRICS have an impact on German business in Asia? Will BRICS act as a counterweight to G7? Will BRICS make the world more secure? Will BRICS or Trump reshape the liberal world order? We have also prepared a conference compendium with short contributions on each of these topics, which I can only warmly recommend to you for further reading, either in digital format or as physical copies in German and English, which are ready for you as a takeaway. We have here Decoding BRICS, Beginn einer neuen Weltordnung, the German version, and we have the beginning of a new world order, Decoding BRICS, in an English version. And beyond that, I may say we have a table here on the side where you find of all the institutions which are participating in organizing the conference today, a selection of further publications. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say a final word on the location where we are. First, on this building and the Bucerius Law School. We thank the Bucerius Law School very much for hosting this conference in their wonderful building, the wonderful building that they have. And for our foreign guests, just for information, most of us know about the history of the Bucerius Law School, but it is a history which is closely linked to German history, and I may add, as a liberal, to the liberal outlook of Germany after World War II, because Gerd Bucerius was the iconic founder of the German newspaper Die Zeit, of the publication house Gruner and Jahr. And he was a brilliant man, a brilliant intellectual, a brilliant publisher. He could not stand still in his activities. And towards the end of his long life, he was thinking of creating a foundation. And there was this guy who had been chancellor in Germany for a while, very successful chancellor, from Hamburg, Helmut Schmidt. And he had just retired from being chancellor. This was in the early 80s. And then Gerd Bucerius, a good friend of Helmut Schmidt, asked him, dear Helmut, would you stand ready to help me in organizing a school like that, Bucerius Law School, and the foundation which is involved here. And that is something of a civic spirit which is typical for the city of Hamburg. And that's the second point, because Hamburg, as you all know, is one of the famous Hanseatic cities in Germany. And again, in the kind of liberal trade tradition, the Hanseatic cities were not the residence of princes and kings and whatever, but of people who worked hard in an internationally open world economy. And this is the way Hamburg got rich, pretty rich, I may say, as an economist. If you calculate per capita income, it is probably the highest of all cities in Germany. But the people in Hamburg don't want to mention that. They leave it to the people in Munich to make this claim. But it is a rich city. It is a wonderful city, the gate to the world, and with the port, the most important German North Sea port. How could it be? How could we find a better place for our trade conferences and this conference in particular today? So we are proud to be here in Hamburg. And let me finally, this is really my final word, welcome again Your Excellency, Ambassador Roberto Gomes de Matos from Brazil. You have come parallel to me from Berlin to Hamburg, and I may mention on this occasion that Roberto Gomes de Matos is not just another ambassador. He is the ambassador of Brazil and one of the most important, highly respected authorities among the ambassadors who are present in Berlin. I say this in all honest admiration, because we have regular meetings, our foundation, breakfasts and lunches with ambassadors from different parts in the world, and especially from Latin America. And by now I know what role you, Excellency Gomes de Matos, plays in our capital. So thank you very much for being here, and we will now be listening to your introductory remarks on BRICS. Thank you very much.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I am very thankful and very grateful to have been invited to this conference. I would like to thank, first of all, the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation. I'm sorry about my voice. And especially Dr. Karl-Heinz Paquet, whom, as he told, we meet often, and we know each other well. And I would like to thank the Körber Foundation and Julia Gante, who has been a very good friend of Brazil, who speaks fluent Portuguese and who gives a very helpful hand in translating some of the Brazilian situations into German, because that needs translation as well. It's an issue of the day. Of course, our speaker previously mentioned the global situation, the global challenges, which are enormous, and since January 20 became even larger. And of course, this represents an enormous challenge and surprise to many parts of the world, I would say especially Europe. It's a challenge for everybody, but the surprise is more, I think, in Europe. In Latin America, it is not such a surprise. We have a formidable and very intense relationship with the United States. But, you know, other countries have felt a different part of the traction that the United States can use. In Central America, Mexico itself, more than half of its territory is now American territory. Central America and the other, and now, of course, Canada, Greenland, and Panama are a subject of other actions, perhaps more fundamentally grave than the one that is the trade situation. So different geometries of world relation, different configurations are increasingly apparent and increasingly more attractive. And I want to focus on one, just this phrase, which is Latin America and Europe. It's a long time standing. We have a new path, which is not new, but we have something ready to follow. It would be a huge mistake not to make use of this opportunity, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to be made. I learned here in Europe that Brazil does not have a monopoly on shooting itself in the foot. That happens very frequently in Europe as well. And so I hope it doesn't, but it's something that... Let me start with the BRICS, because this is the subject. As you all know, BRIC came about as an acronym relating to 4 countries that were very big and were somehow under the radar and not given enough consideration in global affairs and consideration. Very, very soon, it became an acronym that the media caught on and began using it as an acronym and relating and synthesizing thoughts and examples using the word BRIC. And shortly after that, perhaps at the same time, academia began using the word BRIC as well. And then we must refer back to a previous stage in the 80s where the concept, and I don't remember, I tried to find exactly whether it was whale countries or giant countries became, and it referred to a group of countries that were above a certain size in area, above a certain population and demography, above a certain GDP in money. And there were 5 countries, the 4 BRIC countries plus the United States, which are the only countries in the world that are more than 3 million square kilometers, more than 100 and something million inhabitants, and with the GDP above a certain number. We have big countries like Canada or Australia, but with very small population. And we have small countries with big GDPs like Japan or Germany, but with small area, and population in Japan not so small, but a very small area. So the requisites for BRICS were essentially geographical, economic, and demographic. And it was an acronym created because of that. It became so used that the members of the BRICS said, we cannot but make use of this, because we can create an instance where we can coordinate and begin doing something together, which would create more spaces for our vision of the world. Of course, to a certain extent, this has to do with the G7, which was created many, many years before, at a time when it represented more than 50% of the world GDP in the 70s. Because of this acronym and because of this thought, BRICS foreign ministers began meeting during the General Assembly aside since 2006. And then within this group, they decided that it might be interesting to have a summit. And of course, the country that pushed more for that was Russia. And they invited the others to have a first summit in Russia in 2009. I can tell you very clear about this, because in this time, I was the Sherpa from Brazil for BRICS. And I was present at the beginning, which was Ekaterinburg. And there was not really a preview of what was going to happen. In fact, people didn't know very much. China, in particular, was very, very cautious. Why? Because contrary to what most people believe in, let's say, the central part of the world, China does not want to create ruffles in its relationship with anybody, especially with the United States. And they thought that the BRICS might be perceived as something that would challenge the United States and didn't want to do that. So their initial intent was to restrict BRICS to the financial side, because this is where the acronym had been born. But other countries, I myself said, well, this is an opportunity to create something that will generate convergences on issue of global relevance where we can have our voice heard. Because then, already for us, Brazil, BRICS was seen as an opportunity to be heard because the global governance was not receptive to many, many countries. And that is why, from the beginning, as Mr. Paquet said, there were already several knocks on the door immediately after the BRICS was created. Nobody was thinking of what the BRICS was thinking. It was thinking it's an opportunity for countries that do not have opportunities. And they wanted to become members of the BRICS. And of course, we limited ourselves to this initial group because it was the only group that had the same characteristics physically and dimension. But immediately it became apparent that it was important to include a fundamental part of the developing world which was not represented, and this, of course, was Africa, a country that was fundamental to China and has always been fundamental for Brazil. And the choice went to South Africa for several reasons. But let me go back a little to say that we in Brazil also thought about different configurations before that. In the beginning of the first government of President Lula, in fact, during his inauguration, many authorities from different countries were present, including those from South Africa and from India. And Mr. Amorim, who was the foreign secretary appointed by Mr. Lula, had the idea that we should create a group of these countries because we are the three largest democracies of the South, not just democracies, but pluricultural democracies, pluri-ethnic democracies of the South, and being very present. So we created a group called IPSA, which caught the attention of many countries, including Germany, which immediately saw the relevance of this group and created the GIPSA, a group of reflection with IPSA and Germany in between. So these configurations have always been there. The problem is that only one, and this is Brazilian view, of course, but it's German view very clearly, only one of the global configurations has legitimacy, and this is the United Nations. The United Nations is the source of international rights, of international law, and Brazil is a fully committed multilateral country. We believe firmly in the rule of law as directed by the United States, and not by the United Nations, and no other grouping. But the G7 had already started, and they were making waves in directions which sometimes were not directions we thought were useful. And the G7 had no mandate from any other country besides themselves. They do not have the legitimacy to undertake considerations or global concerns and believe that they would have the solutions. And in my view, Brazilian view, they do not have one basic requirement for that. Not just the legitimacy of lack of representation, but because of the lack of different views. The world is not a homogeneous place. We need diversity of perception to get to the core of the matter. Like-minded countries do not have the ability to do so. And the G7, to a large extent, is a like-minded country. The BRICS never was a like-minded country. We have different perceptions from all of the countries in the BRICS. We have some areas of convergences and other areas of convergences. Another mistake that is done, created about the BRICS, I heard here in Germany, I was surprised. Why are people concerned about the enlargement of NATO if BRICS keep enlarging? Brazil doesn't participate in any military alliance, and we cannot actually, by our law. We are not intent on participation in any military alliance. The BRICS has absolutely no intention of becoming any sort of military alliance. And this is a huge mistake to think that the BRICS has this type of interest or consideration. So there's a big gap between what NATO does and what other groupings in the world do. Brazil actually doesn't participate in any, except for a very old Latin American thing called the TIAR, which is really not very much into effect. Now, global governance issues continue to appear and create difficulties. I think that we have different geometries of organization. There is one group that was present for a long time, but in 2008 became a different group, and this is the G20. And it was the United States itself that decided to change a little bit the nature of the G20 because they realized that the G7 could no longer cope with things. And I have here a few numbers that I think all of you know. But the GDP of the G7 in 1975 was 52% of the world's GDP. 2001, they had 42%, and the BRIC countries, original BRIC countries, 22%. In 2009, when the BRICS were created, the G7 had 35%, the BRIC had 29%. 23, the last reliable number, the BRIC original countries, not the enlarged BRIC, has 35%, and the G7 30%. Of course, this is in PPP, which is, in my view, the only way to really understand the size of each economy. BRICS had two dimensions from the beginning: what to do outside and how to enhance relations inside. Because the fact is that there is a reason why some countries are called central and the others are called periphery. Because the periphery relates to the center and not to each other. I've been a diplomat for almost 50 years. When we were in Latin America and I wanted to go to Central America, I had to go to Miami. And then I get the flight to the country I wanted to go. If I was in Africa, I had to go to Paris if I wanted to go to a French-speaking country, and then back to or to London if it was to an English-speaking country, and then back to Africa. In the 80s, we began talking about South-South cooperation, and to a large extent, a big part of the BRICS is South-South understanding. It's difficult to say South. Most of the countries are in the North. And of course, Russia is a different animal in itself, because it was a big part of the global, of the European big pact of the 19th century, and still very influential after that. So it's a different composition. Anyway, South is a big element in relation to that. I just want to say another number. When BRICS began as an acronym, our trade, total trade with big countries was $6 billion. In 23, last available reasonable number, $190 billion. So multiplied by 50 times more, something completely out of the map. And of course, all of this is another dimension which is not really understood to the outside, because it brings enormous benefits internally for each country. What is happening today? Well, we began enlarging, and now we have a significant group of countries there, and no longer the acronym represents what it originally represented. It represents what became apparent from the beginning. Many countries felt left out of recognizable formats of making their points of view perceived and understood in the global scenario, and they wanted to join, and they continue to want to join. As you had said, Mr. Paquet, the big population of countries, with the exception of the United States, because even Nigeria is now an associate member of the BRICS, are in the BRICS. So that if you count these additional associate members, it's a huge population. And of course, this creates, again, enormous opportunities to enhance internal dealings in relation to what we can do. Brazil, since the beginning, thought that BRICS should have an open agenda, an agenda that would deal with all areas where we could converge. And today, we have an enormous amount of agendas, and we have the presidency, as you know. I just want to mention a few of the areas where we are working already. And so we have anti-corruption group, we have a business council, we have counterterrorism, we have culture, we have disaster management, we have education, energy, environment, finance, food and nutrition, foreign policy dialogue, health. Health is very important. Information and communication technology, labor and employment, special considerations about different regions of the world from political points of view. We have the peaceful exploration of outer space, science, technology, innovation, security in the use of information and communication technology, statistics, sustainable government procurement, think tanks and academic forum, transport, women, women's business alliance, youth. So a whole spectrum of convergences that are going to be maximized. In the future, and this year's, in June, event, Brazil is concentrated on a few priorities. First of all, elimination of socially determined diseases. The BRICS countries are responsible, I think, 40% of all cases of tuberculosis, and many of the diseases that are not relevant enough to big pharma occur in tropical and countries of the BRICS. So this is a very important part. The new industrial revolution, which of course is no longer can be called a revolution, which is taking place everywhere. We need to deal with this. Economic and trade issues. Again, you have to know where's the BRICS going? The BRIC countries are very committed to the United Nations and the rule by law. And of course, China, the biggest one of all, made many people think that they had written the present configuration of international security because they are the countries that benefit from it. And the other countries started saying that we don't longer have a level playing field. Actually, this playing field was created by the United Nations, led by the United States and Europe. China did not make any innovation in this. So they have benefited enormously from the system. They see no reason to change it. The ones who are trying to change it are other groupings. In the question of this element, this is particularly true. But we, of course, have concerns about global governance. We have concerns about financing development. We have concerns about financing the climate change requirements. We have concerns about many other issues like, for instance, assessment of credibility. Because governance is not just what we have, it's a whole configuration of issues. For instance, who assesses what rating do you have? And of course, financing countries is like financing people. The richer you are, the best conditions you have. The poorer you are, the more you have to pay. And of course, that cannot work for developing countries. But this is a very much responsibility of the rating agencies in the world. So there's all of this, we think, requires reflection, additional reflection, and possibilities of change. You know, I had 20 minutes to speak. I'm on my 18th minute. I wanted to conclude to say in relation to climate, because this is another fundamental area and where Brazil, again, has the honor and the responsibility of being the host of the COP30. We are totally committed to a very ambitious agenda for COP30. We know the challenges, especially because of the decision of the United States. And although the United States is not the biggest polluter, that questionable honor falls on China. It is the most referential country in the world. China is very big, but it's not a referential country. The United States is the biggest referential country in the world. So this moves some people, including some neighbors, to believe that they should also leave the climate change negotiations. Fortunately for us, the United States is very big and has 2 or 3 different worlds. First of all, the federative world. 20 of the states of the United States, including some of the biggest like California, continue to be committed to appropriate laws for climate change. They are devoted to that. Big business in the United States knows that there is commercial interest in abiding by a number of these issues, so they won't be affected as well. And of course, within the BRICS, we have challenges. But the biggest country, China, the biggest polluter, is not changing course, which is, of course, a fundamental element to assure that we can reach more, let's say, positive results in the meeting. There are so many more things that I could talk about, but I think you have many more interesting speakers to proceed. So I would like to thank you very much, and congratulations on the realization of this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for joining us today. And that was the perfect introduction for our first panel. Will Brazil guide BRICS to becoming a driving force for global climate action? Moderated by Julia Ganter. You already heard her name. Thank you for joining us today. She will introduce you to the distinguished panelists. Julia Ganter is the head of program regarding the Emerging Middle Powers initiative from the Körber-Stiftung. Welcome, Julia Ganter.
Yeah, thank you, Anina Pomarenke, for the introduction, and welcome also from my side here to the audience in this room and also in the live stream. It's nice to see that so many people are interested in BRICS. So I'm very delighted that we're starting today's conference with this panel because I think we are all aware that given the international situation, many conflicts and crises that sometimes feel a little bit closer to our doorstep, climate policy is actually something that often is pushed on the back seat. To the contrary, we are going to open our conference, our panels today with a climate and BRICS panel, so I'm very happy about that. Last week, there was the Petersburg Climate Dialogue in Berlin, and it laid some groundwork for the COP30 that is happening in Brazil. We have just heard the Brazilian ambassador. And the Brazilian COP president, who was in Berlin last week, he emphasized the need for renewed multilateral commitment. Yet, the progress in these traditional multilateral forums is often seen as something that is taking place very slow. In 2023, the world emitted a record of 57.1 billion tons of greenhouse gases, which is pushing the atmospheric CO2 concentration to a level that has last been seen 14 million years ago. 4 of the 5 top green gashouse emitters, they are BRICS countries. And with UAE and Iran, who have been joining the grouping recently, there are also 2 major fossil fuel producers among the new BRICS members. So I think these 2 facts let us pose a question, which is, are BRICS countries with their emissions only part of the problem, or are they also crucial protagonists for the solution of the climate challenge that we face? And of course, we know about historic emissions and so on. I don't want to forget about that, of course. So in the next 60 minutes, we want to discuss this question and also look especially at Brazil, because Brazil has a challenge to keep many plates spinning at the moment. Multilateral climate diplomacy, being the host country for the COP30 this year in Belém, but also minilateral cooperation, being the BRICS chair this year. And while we are talking about this here today, I have to say we have a very timely discussion, because I'm aware that the Environment Minister of Brazil is at this moment, or in 10 minutes, will be speaking to the press, because she's hosting her BRICS Environment Ministers in Brasilia. So we are not the only ones who are talking about this at the moment. I'm very honored that I have a stellar panel with me here today to discuss this and other questions. Please welcome with me Kira Finke. Kira, you are the head of the Climate and Foreign Policy Center at the German Council on Foreign Relations in Berlin, DGAP. Welcome. Then we have 2 Paulos, Paulo Gustavo Janssen Santana, who is Minister Counselor in the Brazilian Embassy in Berlin. Welcome, Paulo Gustavo. and Paulo Esteves, who is a researcher at the BRICS Policy Center in Rio de Janeiro and also an associate professor at the PUC University in Rio de Janeiro. Welcome, Paulo. What we have in mind for this panel is to have a conversation first and then open it up to the floor. I'm aware that we are running a little bit behind schedule. Nevertheless, I want to give you the opportunity to pose your questions, so please have them ready when we come to that moment. And I want to start right away with what we have on the plate when it comes to BRICS and climate, because preparing for this panel, I read through the concept note of the Brazilian chairship, Paulo, and I found the following sentence. Over the past 16 years, BRICS produced concrete results across 3 pillars: politics and security, economics and finance, and cultural exchange and civil society. And I'm wondering, where's climate? So maybe you can tell us a bit about the relevance of climate policy in BRICS.
Thank you, Julia. Thanks to the organizers for having me here. Well, climate was never a big BRICS agenda or a big BRICS concern. 15 out of the 16 communiques that the BRICS produced during the last 16 years, 15 of them mentioned CBDR, common but differentiated responsibilities, and fail short over there. So the only claim that they make, the strong claim that they make in terms of climate politics, is basically about sustaining CBDR. The second one, and it appears in 10 out of these 16 communiques, is about technology transfer, particularly after Paris. Technology transfer is one of the issues of the convention, and was never addressed by the international community as the financial burden as well. BRICS did not address seriously the climate agenda, but nevertheless, it was very successful in keep CBDR alive. Because after 2000, especially the G7 and the European Union, I have to say, fighted against CBDR all the time with the narrative of burden sharing, particularly with regards of the rise of China. And CBDR is actually a principle of international law that was established in '92, and is something that BRICS will support. Even though some of the BRICS, and Brazil is the case, had already supported the idea of a renewed CBDR. This is something that was supported prior to the Paris Agreement, the Paris Convention, but it is a way to address the issue of responsibilities, particularly financial responsibilities. This year, with the Brazilian presidency, I think we are witnessing a change in the place that the climate agenda has within the BRICS, and we are moving. We are moving.
One's awake again.
We are moving from alignment around CBDR or around technology transfer mechanisms to an internal cooperation or a minilateral cooperation within the BRICS. And the idea of having a framework declaration on finance that has the New Development Bank as its cornerstone is something that is very promising, particularly with regards to the production of club goods, or those goods that are enjoyed by the members of the BRICS. The second issue is some way to leverage intellectual property for climate technology within the BRICS as well. So it's a way to create some kind of enabler to produce technology that is needed by BRICS countries to tackle climate change. And third is a common approach to carbon accounting, and this is actually a very sharp reference to CBANs, but it's a let's say an alternative way to account for carbon, and an alternative approach to carbon markets. And this minilateral cooperation may be seen first either as as a way to generate club goods that will be enjoyed by the members, but also a stepstone towards a new multilateral agreements. BRICS have the scale, BRICS countries have the capacities to push the financial agenda and the technology agenda in terms of climate, and this would be a way to move to the multilateral level. Thanks, Julia.
Thank you. Paolo, you've already mentioned minilaterals, and Kira, we've both been to a conference in India recently where minilaterals, ad hoc coalitions, coalitions of the willing was really a topic that was mainstreamed basically through all panels. Now at the Petersberg Climate Dialogue, there was also some conversation about the fact that the COP should become maybe smaller. That was one idea that was discussed. So I'm wondering, BRICS is a smaller group that is discussing climate. What is the benefit of discussing climate in a smaller group, in minilaterals? Or is it rather problematic that these smaller minilateral groups take away the focus from the big COP conversations and a true multilateral conversation that is also going on?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it's really quite complementary in the end. I'm a firm believer in the COP process, but we also have to recognize that it has not delivered the results that we need in terms of emissions mitigations, but also in terms of climate financing. So this means other forms of cooperation, be it bilateral cooperation or these minilateral or plurilateral engagements, can also add dynamicism also into the COP process. If you have a group, a larger group like the BRICS, or other smaller groups that unite around certain topics, can also be topics such as methane reduction, can be topics like joint collaboration on certain energy forms like hydrogen, or supply chains in the solar industry. We see many cooperations around certain issues that can also then kind of feed in more ambition into the COP process. So I do think this can help also the COP process overall if you have smaller groups that have also more overlapping interests. This is the big advantage, of course, because if you try to bring in the COP process together the positions of Saudi Arabia and the Marshall Islands, the overlap in terms of, for example, mitigation is not so huge, right? So if you have smaller groups, it's easier to find common ground and also formulate more ambitious goals.
Thank you, Kira. Paulo Gustavo, how does this look from the Brazilian perspective? I've mentioned in the beginning the Brazilian official perspective in that sense. I've mentioned in the beginning that Brazil currently has this challenge to have many plates spinning at the same time. I noticed that the COP president said last week in Berlin also that COP30 is supposed to show that multilateralism still works. And now I'm wondering, looking back at this minilateral emphasis on climate policy within BRICS, isn't this a very tough job to like spin the multilateral plate at the same time on climate and the minilateral at the same moment? What is the benefit from it, and isn't it a contradiction also?
Hello, thank you very much for the question, Julia. I think Brazil is in a very strategic position at the moment. Since we've hosted the G20, we are now hosting BRICS, we are going to host COP30. We are in a position that we can influence the multilateral agenda through our efforts in smaller groups. As Ambassador said during his speech, the multilateral arena is very difficult sometimes to find a way to go forward. We have to find smaller groups where we can talk, as you said, to move issues that are so complicated or so controversial that we need to talk deep. We have to try to find common ground. In this position that Brazil is now, is a very pivotal position. We did that at the G20 with different countries that are not at all like-minded in different issues, but Brazil could put climate change at the top of the agenda. And I think we're going to do the same here now in BRICS. As you know, BRICS is not an alliance, as Ambassador said. It's a group. And each country, which is at the presidency of the group, settles its priorities. And Brazil did it pretty clear in relation to climate change. We put it as one of the 6 priorities Brazil is going to deal with during our presidency. And climate is not only an issue that is one priority. It goes throughout all the matters that we're talking about. I think this is the perspective Brazil has, that climate should be at the top of the agenda of every talk we have currently. In that sense, we believe that we can be a bridge between North and South. We can be a bridge between developed and developing countries at this position that we are now hosting COP30 and at the presidency of BRICS. Of course, the countries of BRICS, we are not all like-minded. And as Ambassador said, that's good, because we can have different perspectives on the issue and we can try to find common ground. If we don't do that in such a group, how can we do that in a multilateral arena? So I think the BRICS meeting in Brazil will be a very good experience and a very good thermometer how we are going to deal with those issues in COP30.
Thank you, Paulo. Kira, we just heard that Brazil could be a bridge between North and South, and I'm wondering, when it comes to climate issue, could BRICS be seen as a bridge for Europe or Germany, the EU, to discuss climate with a group of emerging powers from the global South? Do we need such a bridge? Don't we have other mechanisms for that?
Well, we have to remind ourselves who's also in the BRICS group, right? It's Russia with a war of aggression against Ukraine, a European country. We have Saudi Arabia. We have China in it, high emitters. I see the diversity in this group. You have just said not like-minded, not all are like-minded players. Yes, of course, it would be good if this group of countries would unite around common ambitious climate goals, but I do not foresee this happening at the moment, especially around trying to get more financing, which will be a priority of the coming COP. A major obstacle has been China's position on climate finance as the largest emitter. And so I have some skepticism in this regard as well.
Maybe, Paulo, just very quickly, Paulo Gustavo, to hear from you, why are you more optimistic that this bridge idea could work, despite what we just heard from a European point of view?
I think we are in a very important moment right now, as it was said before. People are noticing that the moment we are, how can I say that? We are in a breaking point. The disasters around the world are happening much more often. The United States leaving the Paris Agreement is also an important issue to be taken into account. And I think the countries in BRICS want to fulfill this vacuum that could happen in this particular moment. And I think most of the countries, or all of them, they are willing to do it. Because if you think at the origin of BRICS, we are talking about countries that are relevant, but could not have their voice heard in the world. At the moment, probably the most important issue is climate change. If we don't unite ourselves, and if we don't find some common ground in order to influence the multilateral agenda, then I think the BRICS could become something irrelevant, since we would not have our voice heard in such an important item. Therefore, I really hope and I believe that we are going to be able to find common ground between those countries. The leaders of those countries will find mechanisms, especially on climate finance, in order to enhance this movement. And I believe we are going to be a very positive force during COP30.
Yeah.
Just very briefly, because I just want to add one dimension to our conversation, because you have led us into this conversation on Europe and the BRICS, but there's also a relationship of the BRICS towards, for example, the most vulnerable countries, right? So And this relationship is different as well, because the BRICS are among the group of high emitters also, of course also with large populations and many of them with relatively low per capita emissions, but also they have, in my view, somewhat of a responsibility towards the least developed countries who are extremely exposed also to the climate impacts that you have just named. So in the COP process, the position of the BRICS is exactly in this dynamic middle, so to say, and I think that that will come out more in the future as we are seeing more devastating climate impacts that have to be accounted for by the industrialized countries and by also developing economies who have high carbon footprints.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for adding that. Paolo, we've just heard how very specific the position is that BRICS is assuming as a bridge and maybe not as a bridge, but especially also to more vulnerable countries. Now something that caught my attention was that BRICS sees itself as a forum for countries to discuss their own solutions for combating climate change. So I was wondering, could you shed some light into what is this own solution when it comes to the combating climate change?
This is a very, very old South-South cooperation trope. The narrative around South-South cooperation was always that nobody is too vulnerable or too poor that could not share a solution with other fellow countries. And I believe that what we heard during the last 15 years, particularly coming from the G7, was, I'm not sure if it was Dr. Paquet or the ambassador who mentioned that, was an attempt of doing or doing waves within the international system in order to push for multilateral reforms according to their own perspectives, their own interests, and their own oriented by their own solutions. And when Brazil is trying to move the BRICS to establish positive agendas to global problems like health and climate, Brazil is trying to move the waves or to make some waves within the international system to establish solutions that are common from the South and will call for a dialogue with the North, but from the perspective of the southern countries. It is not when we talk about technology transfer and the way that it's very interesting the way that Brazil framed the problem of technology transfer, because it framed the problem not focusing on waivers of intellectual property rights, but how to use intellectual property as a tool to create solutions for southern countries or for developing countries in terms of to address climate challenges. So that would be a way to create solutions in the South and call for support or call for a dialogue with the North, but from a perspective that comes from the South and not from the North as usual.
Thank you, Paolo. It just gets my attention that you're mentioning the technological cooperation and collaboration, because something that I often hear traveling in different countries of the Global South is that the EU is rather perceived as an institution that focuses on coercive measures with policies like the CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, and also the EU regulation on deforestation-free products. I think we have a different view on this here in Europe, but Kira, I want to ask you, it sounds like the BRICS is trying to install itself maybe as a platform that is filling this vacuum that others don't see that the EU can pursue. So are we missing the boat here, and should maybe Europe also rethink its own policies to be competitive in this regard for the technological cooperation and climate-friendly technology share?
I think the European Green Deal requires instruments like the CBAM, but I also do see some failures in terms of the level of engagement, in particular also with countries like Brazil, India, South Africa around this, that there should have been maybe more engagement on this. I do believe that overall, I think our partnerships with countries, as the ones that I've just named, are becoming more important. Also because of the U.S. leaving the Paris Agreement again, and also for other parts of our foreign policy, which does not only include climate but also other aspects where we should foster our trade relationships, in particular with like-minded countries among the BRICS group, in order to foster democratic values, foster the lively civil society, and that's why I'm also very much looking forward to this upcoming COP, because it is in a country where you have a vibrant civil society. It is in a democratic country. It's in a country that believes in this COP process very much and has proven so again and again. And so I harbor great hopes for this process.
Thank you. Paulo Gustavo, when we talk about BRICS in Europe, maybe in areas of cooperation to some extent, something that I frequently read about BRICS is that it's not a group against, but a group for something. So what could be done jointly maybe between BRICS and Europe to this extent, looking at COP? What do you see coming out of the BRICS process that could be an area of cooperation also with Europe?
So, difficult question. I would say that first coming to what you said regarding cooperation of Europe with particular countries in the BRICS group and talking about the European Union and Mercosur agreement, we deeply believe that's a strategic mechanism of partnership for both regions, especially now that both regions need badly new partners. We need to create a new environment internationally based on respect, based on multilateralism, and therefore we believe that that could be a very important tool in order to foster democracy, as you said, and in order to foster climate change policies as well, since in the agreement, the Paris Agreement is one of the pillars of this partnership between Mercosur and the European Union. Regarding BRICS and Europe, I personally believe that BRICS is not thought as the European Union. It's a totally different concept. We are a group that we are trying to exchange experiences, trying to enhance our cooperation, but it's not something institutional. Therefore, the ambassador said during his speech that comparing BRICS and NATO is totally out of order, since we are talking about two very different things. I believe that the conclusions of what we get at the BRICS summit in July and throughout the whole process we are going to lead till July, the outcome of that process, we can start a dialogue with Europe, trying to maybe gather a good momentum in order to push is not a very good word, but trying to bring very good results to COP30, since we are talking about a region, Europe, and countries in BRICS that are very relevant in their regions, and they can lead by example. I think we can also influence other regions on other countries, since you mentioned less developed countries. We can help them finding common ground, for instance, in climate finance. I think we have a very good momentum now for that.
But besides the momentum, there are also some very concrete ideas on the table. When we think about the fact that Brazil had the G20 presidency last year, there's some ideas that we know from that moment still that are interesting for climate policy. One of them is the 2% tax on the world's super rich to raise funds to help poorer countries also to deal with climate change impacts. Is this, for example, something that, first of all, within BRICS would be pushed further before COP?
I think that could be an idea. I don't know if it's going to be on the table in relation to the other BRICS members, since I believe we have a very different opinion on that issue. But I think what we have in common is that we have to find new mechanisms in order to finance resilience and climate change actions.
Kira, just to hear from you quickly, if BRICS manages to coordinate a position on that topic, would it be imaginable that there would be maybe joining forces coming from Europe for this idea? I know that it was initially also something that Spain pushed very much. Maybe trying to convince the United States, who is an opposer. You have mentioned that the US is or both of you have mentioned that the US is letting a vacuum on many issues. Could that be something imaginable?
On this 2% idea? I think the US will not join on this, but they're also not part of the Paris Agreement at this moment. So it's not clear to me how much of a role they will really play in the forthcoming negotiations. But I do believe it really depends on the suggestion that comes up. For the 2%, I also would doubt that Russia would commit itself to this taxing of super rich people. I would be very surprised if that were the case. Also, maybe also in China, I think there is maybe some resistance around this. So, but I think if a proposal on other topics materializes in the COP process, it is a multilateral process where all countries are heard, and I do believe if they are able to deliver, if the BRICS are able to deliver a substantial proposal, it could gain traction and momentum.
Another idea that is discussed, Paolo, is another concrete idea is the Climate Change Council that is supposed to be docked at the United Nations General Assembly. How can one ensure that another body, because we have many institutions and bodies, that another body will actually serve this purpose to advise and provide expertise? That's the idea of this this council, rather than being another bureaucratic and too maybe rigid structure that in the end won't contribute to climate action progress.
I have to confess that I'm not following the Climate Council agenda that close. I can give you my impression, not knowing the subject that much. I do agree with you. I don't think there is a need of creating another body. We have one in Bonn. We have the convention in Bonn, and that would be the one to be strengthened and given some specific means of implementation, some specific tools to deal with climate change. What I can say though is the fact that there were some attempts of securitizing the climate agenda in the past. There were at least, if I'm not mistaken, at least 5 attempts during the last 15 years to create open dialogues within the Security Council about the nexus between security and climate. And Brazilian position was always completely against it. Completely against the stretching the concept of international security to deal with things like humanitarian crisis or climate, for that matter, and as were most of the BRICS countries as well. I think there was a dialogue, Security Council dialogue on that when Brazil, South Africa, and India were in the Security Council, and India and Brazil, for sure, they completely opposed. I'm not sure about South Africa, though. But in the case of India and Brazil, the resistance against the nexus between security and climate was fierce.
Paulo Gustavo, did something change in the Brazilian position, or why is Brazil now aiming to install this council? What is the benefit on it from an official point of view?
Okay, I'm not really an expert on that. What I can do is corroborate what you said, that historically Brazil has always opposed to bring the environmental agenda to the Security Council. That we believe that that should be dealt with in different fora as a development challenge and not as a security challenge. But I cannot talk much about the council.
Okay, no worries. However, I have another question for you before I want to already give you a heads up to have your questions ready, because I want to open it up in a minute. Because I think one of the crucial questions, and we've heard it also from the ambassador before, when it comes to BRICS is always that at least we here in Europe look at this as a very diverse group. Now we have heard from the ambassador a little bit of a criticism that G7 is very like-minded, and it's actually a benefit that BRICS is so diverse. But if we look at climate policy relevant factors within the BRICS group, we can see that BRICS countries are drastically different in terms of their emissions trajectory. They have diverging national interests with, for example, Russia wanting to maintain sales of fossil fuels while Brazil pressing to decarbonize faster. So I'm wondering, Paulo Gustavo, what is the game plan that Brazil has for the upcoming BRICS summit to unite, to find a unified position within BRICS for all these diverse positions and interests?
Okay, I think Brazil has a very strong diplomatic tradition in trying to find consensus. We've always been between North and South, East and West, in that sense that we have to talk to everybody in order to find our place in the world. We don't have any problem talking to countries that disagree with us, that have different opinions or different practices than us. We don't have problems to explain to them, but we don't try to push our opinion. We try to understand their point of view. We try to explain ours so that we can find some common ground in order to find an area of cooperation and collaboration, because we always believe that there is room to find common ground. We don't believe that you have to be 100% with someone and 100% against someone. That's not productive for the world. It's not productive for a multilateral world, and that's what we want.
Okay, thank you. So, as promised, I open it up, and I already see someone, but I just explained the rules of the game here. So, raise your hand. We have already someone demonstrating it. We have a colleague, Suzanne, who is walking around with a microphone. Please say your name and affiliation, and who should answer your questions. And please remember that a question ends with a question mark. First person.
Hello, Flavio. Obrigado por terem vindo hoje. Thank you for coming here today. Given the recent agreement between Brazil and China to settle cross-border payments in local currencies rather than the US dollar, how does Brazil envision this shift impacting its trade balance and monetary policy within the BRICS framework?
So it's on de-dollarization?
Correct. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I think we have a panel later on this whole topic. So I'm going to collect more questions at first, and then we see if we have time for that one, because I'm sure that you'll get an answer extensively on that later on. Please, Nico, here in the front.
Hi, my name is Nico Lossinger with the Asia Society. A question to Paulo Gustavo, and maybe the other Paulo as well. Given the game plan that you outlined for the BRICS meeting in Brazil, what would Brazil consider to be a success? If you imagine it's after the BRICS meeting and you look back, what would need to happen at the meeting so that Brazil would consider it to have been a successful meeting? I know you will say it was a successful meeting afterwards, but now we have the chance to formulate what you would consider a success.
Other questions here in the back?
Thank you. My name is Haifan Nan, and I'm originally from China. I mean, when talking about climate change and BRICS, so China is a big driving force now for the clean energy, and the Chinese companies are very much active in Brazil. So my question would be to all three of you, or maybe Dr. Wanke from the European point of view and you from the Brazil point of view. What is, I mean, of course there should be synergy there, but in the practice, there are a lot of hindrances there. So I would like to know from your point of view, what you see as an opportunity to engage China actively to offer the clean technology and clean energy technologies, and what is concerns that working with China from Brazil's point of view and from European point of view. Thank you.
And we take one or two more, if there are some. Okay, one in the back.
Thank you very much. Yeah, hello. Thank you very much for this interesting panel discussion today. My name is Oliver Diekmann, independent researcher mainly on China and slightly on Russia as well. I must confess that I'm also relatively new to the topic of BRICS in cooperation with the climate, and I highly welcome the Brazilian initiative. Now, I wonder, since as we have mentioned, it's so diverse are the interests of the groups, so I wonder if there are already some concrete results of the past. I heard so much about the potential. What has already happened in that regard, and are there any successes already? Thank you.
Okay, so I give it back to you, as I don't see anyone else at the moment. Paulo, Gustavo, do you want to start with the success and maybe also with the past successes?
Okay. So in relation to the results we expect, in relation to climate change, I would say that if we could have, at the end of the meeting, declaration on climate finance, so that we could think about a framework that could enhance cooperation relation to climate change and resilience to disasters and so on, I think that would be a very important goal fulfilled. Of course, we can talk about intellectual property as well. We could talk about exchange of experiences, which are also very important. But I would say that, in my opinion, if I would name one important goal, would be the framework on climate finance.
And with regards to the past, what has happened in the past in BRICS?
But in relation to climate, I would say that the group related to climate change was created in 24. So the working group on climate change is pretty new. As I told you, every presidency settles its priorities. So climate change was created, it was pretty new. So I don't think we have anything that we can mention currently that it was is a result of the BRICS meeting. I think we're going to see it in Brazil, and I hope so.
Mm-hmm. Paulo, you work at the BRICS Policy Center and in academia. What, from an academic point of view, there might be differences. What could be a success of this meeting in summer? So maybe you want to add on successes.
Well, in terms of climate, I do agree with Paulo Gustavo. I think the framework for climate finance is it could be a landmark. I think it's something that may have impact in many other dimensions than the BRICS itself. That's for one. There are two other successes. I think the cooperation in health, particularly to fight neglected diseases, as the ambassador mentioned, would be a very, very important delivery in this under this BRICS presidency. There is a third dimension, just to food for thought in the next tables, round tables. There is a I think, as far as I heard from Brazilian officials, there is a third success in this BRICS meeting, which is precisely the internal dynamics within the BRICS. BRICS was always, and this is something that Paulo Gustavo mentioned before, was always based on consensus building. And it was always the case that when one country objects, the issue just go out of the table. It was ever like that, but in Joburg in 23. In 23, Russia and China pushed a lot to the expansion and pushed a lot with on the wording on de-dollarization and sanctions and so on and so forth. So the Joburg Declaration was a kind of a turning point within the BRICS, and the same dynamics spread to Kazan. And as far as I heard, and as far as I'm seeing now, one of the priorities is to set up the dynamics within the BRICS. Again, trying to find a common way to solve differences, to solve disagreements within the group, and at the same time to find the specific role of those partner countries, because the expansion in the future will be around the partner countries and not necessarily in the core group. But there is no sense about what the partner countries are or what their role. So this is something that I think it's more intra-BRICS, but will be decisive to the future of the group. Just one mention on past successes. I do think that we have to stress the defense or the support of CBDR. CBDR is something that is under attack during the last 15 years, and I think the basic, not the BRICS necessarily, as Paulo Gustavo said, the climate discussions within the BRICS is quite recent, but the basic, which is largest part of the BRICS, the basic is supporting CBDR and spreading CBDR to another groups or supporting in another groups like the G77 very fiercely. And if we have a differentiation, if we acknowledge that there is a differentiation of responsibilities between North and South with regards to climate change, regardless the emissions today, but counting the historic emissions as well, this is something that is a victory and a success of the basic. I know that I'm in Europe, I'm in Germany. It may not be seen as a success, but from the point of view of the South, it is a huge success for the basic group.
Mm-hmm. What would be a success, Kira, when it comes to the BRICS outcome, looking at it here from Europe? Because we know that BRICS also being the COP host, that the BRICS agreement will feed into the COP process to some extent.
I think the question of mitigation is a crucial one, and this is the painful process that includes not only adding renewables to the grid, but also exiting from fossil fuels. And this is, of course, much more difficult. That's why we have like the tripling renewables target, and that's why we have countries like China, which have excelled in adding renewables to the grid and developing green technologies, but who are still emitting at a breathtaking scale and speed, and are not able to apparently formulate consensus in their society around coal, oil, gas exit. And the latter two are also still up for debate here in Germany. So we have a common challenge here. So I think building on climate finance can also help, of course, mitigation. It can help to unite around stronger adaptation. But of course, we need to stop the source of these problems. And I would like to answer the question on China as well, if I can, because there is a climate answer to this, and there is a foreign policy answer. Let me answer from the climate perspective. It's of course great if there is such a build-up of renewable technologies and also investment in other countries into this. But it also needs this component of phasing out harmful emissions, because if we're just plateauing emissions, we will not be able to even hold the 2-degree temperature limit that was agreed in the Paris Agreement, and we will not be able to cope with the extent of the damages that will be incurred. We are just seeing the beginning of this now with the extreme events that we have witnessed over the past 24 months. What this could mean in the future could be much more dramatic. And then on the foreign policy side, of course, there is another element to it, which is that China is controlling, and this was a plan that was publicly announced, the Made in China strategy, controlling much of the supply chains on key technologies, including green technologies, energy efficiency technologies. So this means these technologies, but also minerals refinement and component production. And this, of course, causes headaches for European automakers, for example, because this was built up also with subsidies which were not conform in our European view, so to say, with the WTO and an exclusion of European automobile manufacturers, etc. So I think that there's, of course, multiple lenses to this. The climate lens needs to be infused and informed by science. And I think this will be crucial also for the COP process in the future, that we are negotiating on the basis of the Paris Agreement with an understanding what is scientifically needed to achieve the 1.5 to 2 degree limit. There has been, I think, tremendous progress in some areas, but sort of very slow movement on other areas, which is the most important one, which is reducing the amount of emissions that we are putting into the atmosphere.
Thank you. Paulo, Gustavo, I know from a survey that actually Körber-Stiftung does together with the BRICS Policy Center and also partners in India and South Africa, that policymakers and experts in Brazil look very different at China than we do here in Germany. And so I'm curious if your response to the China question might be a little bit different.
Okay. Thank you. Just one thing I'd like to stress, that in our perspective, we cannot choose between climate change and sustainable development. We cannot, as a developing country, give up our development in order to mitigate climate change. We have to find common solutions that address climate change and also our development issues like poverty and other issues we have. Therefore, I stress a lot this particular point of the importance of finance, that we have to find mechanisms in order to allow development around the world and at the meantime curb climate change. In that sense, the new development bank is also something that I'd like to mention that could be very important in that sense, in relation to BRICS countries, BRICS partners that are many, and development in developing countries. In relation to China, I would say that we have a different assessment on China. China is a very important partner of Brazil. We see China as a leading country in renewable energies and also is making a great effort in order to find solutions for climate change. If we look at how much China developed in the last 30 years, 20 years, its perspective on energy, how it changed the world basically, developing technologies on electric batteries, on nuclear energy, if you want to talk about clean energies. I would say that China we should look at China and many BRIC countries as part of the solution and not part of the problem. Paulo mentioned before the CBDR, and that's something that we always keep in mind when we talk about climate change. We have our responsibilities, all the world has, every country has it, but we cannot forget the past, how countries developed in the past, how industrialized countries issued carbon in the atmosphere throughout the years, how we get to this situation today. And that should be taken into account when we talk about climate change. When I say that BRICS countries want to be part of the solution, it doesn't mean that developed countries do not have to take its on that matter. Therefore, we should have a dialogue, of course, in the multilateral arena with Europe in particular, and within Germany in particular, which is a very good partner from Brazil in discussing climate change. But we cannot forget that perspective.
Thank you, Paulo. And as it's impossible to summarize the whole panel, I have a very short last question for you. If climate action within BRICS were a mode of transport, what would it be? A mode of transport, climate action within BRICS. Would it be an electric high-speed train, a fossil fuel-driven cargo ship, a green collective but a little bit slow bicycle caravan, or a horse-drawn wagon? Who goes first?
I can try to answer. To my mind, it came the idea of a hybrid car. That we have both at the moment, but we are trying to push our way in a more sustainable path.
Kira.
What comes to my mind is a Lastenrad somehow.
Yeah, there would be the
carrying also some. It's an e-bike that has a big room for sort of baggage. So I would see that as maybe a fitting narrative.
Okay, thanks, Paulo.
I think as the BRICS, every country within the group will have a different image. But the result, I'm quite afraid of the expansion. And as a result, I'm not sure if we can get rid of fossil fuel that fast, even for a hybrid car in that sense. So I would say that it's not necessarily a very slow cargo, but it is a fossil fueled cargo anyway.
Okay, thank you for to the three of you, also for inventing new categories. I liked it, and for your time, and also to our audience for your questions and your attention. Specifically, also to the Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung for making this day possible, together with our co-organizers, and also to my colleague Leona Harting, who helped me to prepare this panel. And with this, thank you very much, and I hand it back to Anina.
Thank you so much, Yuya, for hosting this panel. Thank you so much for our esteemed panelists and for kicking off this day with this super interesting discussion. There will be a short break, ladies and gentlemen. You have the chance to grab a coffee, to grab a cold drink downstairs. And out of respect to everybody who is following the event via the live stream, we will meet back here at 3, and please be on time. Thank you so much for your understanding. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. My impression is everybody is back in the room, and I would kindly ask you to approach your seat so that we can start almost on time with the second part of today's conference. So, it is our pleasure that last minute we had Dr. Thomas Henschel from the Foreign Office coming to this conference today. He's the head of the Division for Policy Issues and Cross-Regional Issues, Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East in the Federal Foreign Office from Germany. And it is our pleasure and honor that he will be talking about Germany's strategy toward BRICS today. So please welcome Mr. Henschel.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Germany's grand strategy towards the BRICS. Okay, let's see. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me to represent the German Federal Foreign Office at this conference and to give you some insight into how we at the Ministry look at BRICS. I'm especially happy here because it wasn't without being a scholarship holder of the Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung who made it possible my doctoral research on humanitarian assistance. So without that, I wouldn't be here. Just want to mention that at the beginning. So I am head of Division 300. This is not a mysterious clandestine abbreviation for some structure within the Federal Foreign Office, but it's just the Foreign Office slang for my team that is covering cross-regional issues at the political directorate, covering an area from Iran, near Middle East, Africa to Latin America. And when I took over this job some 2.5 years ago, my predecessor, when handing over business to me, at the end was mentioning, and there is this BRICS thing. Thus making me for the first time aware that it's actually this Division 300 that is in charge of BRICS in the Federal Foreign Office. That I didn't know that at that time, coming by the way from the posting in Moscow, BRICS member. It might be reflecting my ignorance, or it might also serve as anecdotal evidence of the general level of the relevance BRICS had at that time within the Federal Foreign Office. But in order not to draw a too harsh picture of our strategic analysis priorities at the time, I will concede that the BRICS thing actually had gotten more and more attention, at least since the 2018 summit in Johannesburg, when a shift could not be occurred any longer. The shift that the BRICS, over the years, had changed focus from an almost exclusive economic concern club to questions of multilateralism, international order, and even more and more cultural social collaboration within the BRICS. We did see at the time that the BRICS increasingly aimed at strengthening developing and emerging countries in multilateral forums. And yes, word was in the street that we are having now an alternative to the G7 in town. But attention has slightly faded again in the times of pandemic, when everybody, including our ministry, was basically busy with itself and preoccupied with other things. And another reason for the BRICS not getting our continued attention has to do with the way the group is working. It is usually the summit meetings, that got and are getting the bulk of attention. That is not surprising, as the group sticks to state-centered cooperation, which primarily relies on summit meetings as coordinating instance. And as you all know, the BRICS have refrained from institutionalizing any permanent structures, like, for instance, a permanent secretariat, or in consenting documents like a charter. So informal coordination and bargaining processes, like those of a political club, it has been mentioned here, are the primary means of reaching joint decisions and declarations. And there is it has been also already mentioned, the unwritten rule that only unanimously adopted resolutions and decisions are possible, granting each member state practically a veto position if they perceive their national interests as being compromised. It's not so much difference to other clubs like the G7s, or when I'm referring or when I'm thinking of the times, minutes, and efforts we are dedicating to drafting and consenting, for instance, G7 resolutions or communiques, that rings a bell. From the point of view of many observers, including us, these features seem to contradict any expansion of membership, as this most likely will complicate decision-making processes and block more substantial political outcome. Thus, on the eve of the 2023 Johannesburg summit, we of course did mention membership expansion considerations in our briefing materials, but like many others, were taken rather by surprise by the BRICS decision to formally invite Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates to the club. While this outcome was only possible because of very last-minute summit dynamics in Johannesburg, underlining again the already mentioned particular ways of working of BRICS, they got our full attention now, and also in the German press, in academia and think tanks, and also the Bundestag suddenly started to ask more and more questions. And we were actually in a rather good position to respond to these questions, as we had started to intensively think about our relation towards the rest of the world already a couple of months earlier. But I will make now the honest admission, and maybe disappoint some of the expectations. Contrary to what the title of the speech insinuates, there is no, and there never has been, a grand strategy of the federal governments towards the BRICS. Do we need a genuine, overall, yet another strategy towards the BRICS? As Professor Paquet has mentioned at the beginning, that we need a strategy. I'd say no, and I'll explain. There is no doubt that the appearance of BRICS and its evolving role are of major significance. While there are tensions and rivalries within the group, the fundamental agreement between the member states on key issues is remarkable. The overall common goal of a multipolar world order as opposed to Western or US-led dominance, and in particular of a more fair and a more balanced global political and economic system, is shared by many, even beyond the BRICS cooperation. And as already mentioned here today, the grouping represents a significant number of people, and it has strong economic clout, facing a noticeable decline in the economic dominance of the West, mainly due to the rise of China. The accession of fossil energy-rich countries like the Emirates and Iran is transforming the BRICS into a global resource club, even with the Saudi accession pending. All this, of course, cannot be ignored. This all has strategic implications for Germany and Europe, and is being taken into account in our approach to dealing with the BRICS and engaging with them. But the key assumption is the BRICS did not initiate the new world order that is currently taking shape. They are a visible symptom of its formation. And while this has been going on for quite some time now, the significance of this transformation had been greatly underestimated for much too long in many capitals of the West, including in Berlin. It had been observed and described in many papers and in many presentations, but it did not lead to changes in policies or in structures. And ultimately, it took the Zeitenwende shock of Russia's fully fledged war of aggression in 2022 that got us on our feet and running. And still, it took some months while we were kind of shell-shocked counting vote numbers in the UN that we realized the real sheer volume of the changes. It's funny because it's true, but it was only after a while that we realized, while many of those votes against resolutions that we sponsored or were supported by us, that those votes were not necessarily votes against us. No, many of those votes were taken by countries that actually articulated their own legitimate reasoning and their own legitimate interests. The fact that an increasing number of states in the so-called Global South are becoming capable and determined to help shape international order is one of the most relevant recent developments in global politics. Among these countries, resentment towards the West and Western-conceived international order is growing, and they are increasingly challenging the legitimacy and effectiveness of this order, and they do it with convincing arguments. Furthermore, in important global issues such as the climate process, these countries are forming a more effective group now. They have more weight today than they did in the past. And at the same time, the many fault lines and tensions within the BRICS illustrate that there is still no positive agenda or a vision for global order that unites the BRICS members. China's engagement with and within BRICS is part of pursuing the goal of becoming a world power on at least equal footing with the United States and the hegemonic power in Asia with growing influence and significant resource investment. For Russia, the BRICS are currently the central foreign policy vehicle on world stage. They want it larger, hence the Russian narrative of the world majority, and they want it more anti-Western. Unlike in the G20 and in this UN Security Council, the West is absent here and cannot disturb. Minding the time, I will refrain from discussing the role of other member states and further expansion of memberships, but it's worth mentioning that democratically governed BRICS members do emphasize that this group and their engagement there is not anti-Western, but pro themselves. It reflects that an increasing number of states are pursuing hedging approaches in foreign policy to avoid being drawn into a new bloc conflict. The legitimate claim of many states to be part in shaping the international order is changing the balance of power in a multipolar world. Large parts of the world perceived the post-1945 order as Western-dominated and riddled with double standards. And there is a lot of frustration over developmental setbacks, trade barriers, new ones coming in, unfulfilled promises of Western industrialized countries. For instance, in climate financing, it was mentioned here, okay. The experience of vaccine nationalism during the COVID pandemic, or also the positioning in the Gaza war in the Near East, and also inadequacies of the UN system and the system of international financial institutions. This all being mixed with post-colonial narratives. This is all fair and legitimate, but at the same time, this does not always go hand in hand with the willingness or the ability to take responsibility for the whole, to contribute effectively to solving specific problems or provide global public goods. So what do we do with all this? We are convinced that under these conditions, Germany needs to make significantly greater efforts than in the past to safeguard its own interest and protect its values. European and transatlantic cooperation remain necessary, but they are in distress and they are not sufficient. That is why nowadays we are focusing very much on the third dimension, our relation with and our outreach to the so-called rest, the countries of the so-called Global South, or as we tend to put it now, the New South. A lot of effort currently goes into strengthening existing partnerships with key countries and forging new ones. This includes a whole range of measures, bureaucratic solution, communication, or resource allocation. And overall, and finally, we have recognized that it requires a much more strategic approach to our foreign security and development policy that is already underway, but still has a long way to go. We will need to see what changes the incoming new federal government will apply. We'll see in a couple of weeks. I just leave it here with two observations. First, our ability to do all this in the European context is essential for our freedom, security, and prosperity for many years to come. and without a coherent foreign policy formulation and implementation along our own interests, this will all fail. In our daily bilateral and multilateral business, we already are increasingly facing hedging strategies from partners who do not wish to unnecessarily bind themselves, as they have doubts about the cohesion and strength of the Western states. And at the same time, we consider it a major feature of a more fair and more just global order that, of course, every country has the right to choose its affiliations, to choose its membership in a growing international club landscape according to its own needs and considerations. We therefore do not demand that the Global South chooses a side or excludes states from existing dialogue formats because of a future BRICS membership or partnership. We also do not advocate for or against BRICS membership. Instead, we focus on working together with the BRICS members and beyond in the Global South to promote cooperation in areas where strong common interests exist. And here we need to make specific and convincing offers for dialogue and cooperation, bilaterally as Team Europe and with other partners. Our main focus at the moment is bilateral. We put considerable efforts into the EU global outreach process, and to a less extent with other partners, we need to see where G7 is going. The closest cooperation is with Great Britain at the moment. We want to counter resentments with a positive, substantial, and inclusive multilateral agenda for the major global issues. And by the way, we as Germany have a lot to contribute in most of these policy areas. There remain, though, at least three major challenges. First, we still must better understand and address the interests and concerns of the Global South. Second, we are in competition with others, and we must deal with sometimes endemic, often deliberately fueled, and also not unfounded criticism of Eurocentrism and double standards. And this will require us to endure setbacks, contradictions, and disappointments. And third, we must, and by the way, that is something that partners in the South are explicitly demanding openly from us, know and better articulate our own German interests in this changing world. It is of central importance now to formulate clear goals for our commitment and to allocate our resources accordingly. We already dedicate considerable efforts in this process, and I now probably want to spare you with them because we are entering now the realm of political poetry a little bit, but maybe just briefly words on the principles. Respectful and fair cooperation among sovereign and equal partners. We base ourselves on the Charter of the United Nations and the core principles of international law. This includes working thematically also with countries that not share these principles fully, while of course there are exclusion criteria. We make, and this is rather new, different perceptions, perspectives, and interests the subject of a whatever critical dialogue. We face up to the consequences of our colonial past, and we do not shy away from confronting justified accusations of double standards. We invest in long-term partnerships. We are predictable and reliable. But, and this is also new, we are more willing than ever to act transactionally where necessary. And we are not a status quo power. We are willing to develop the international order further within the UN or international finance institutions in climate. We engage actively. However, we are not willing to put the core of the UN Charter up for discussion. So BRICS will develop from an informal alliance of emerging economies to a stronger, more formalized global alliance of rising powers, maybe. But along the parameters I just outlined, we engage BRICS members on an individual, but much more intensive level than in the years before. This is strategic, it's pragmatic, and if you want, you can call it a strategy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Henschel, for joining us today for the keynote, and also especially thank you for respecting our very strict time management today. That is very helpful. And without any further ado, I want to open the second panel today. Will BRICS have an impact on German business in Asia? Is the question that should be discussed. And it's hosted by Almut Rösner. She is the executive member of the board of the German Asia Pacific Business Association. The floor is yours. Welcome, Almut Rösner.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also for the very insightful review of what the Foreign Federal Office is considering about having a BRICS strategy or not. It's now a little bit challenging to continue. As you said, there is no real strategy as such. And also we heard earlier today that the BRICS countries are not a group of like-minded countries. So it's a bit challenging, but I take it up, and I'm very happy here to be here on the panel with three excellent speakers, because we want to explore what a business impact is for German companies. Therefore, I'd like to invite to the stage Dr. Dinesh Antil. He's the first secretary of the Embassy of India in Berlin, where he's responsible for economic and commercial affairs and taxation-related matters. He joined the Indian Revenue Services in 2009 and has since held various positions within the government of India, focusing on fiscal and economic policies, trade-related matters, transfer pricing, tax fraud investigation, and international taxation. He's also the vocal contact point when it comes to the initiative Make in India Mittelstand. So that's also very interesting, because that's a big area where we see more potential for cooperation with India. With us here also today is Christina Prieser. She is an associate partner at HPC, Hamburg Port Consulting, as well as a deputy vice president for business development in the Asia-Pacific region. During her career, spanning over 30 years in the maritime industry, she has consulted and delivered a variety of over 70 large projects for clients in the transport market, mainly involving port development strategies and planning also transportation related logistics projects, as well as transaction advisory for ports and terminals all over the world. With us here today from Kiel is also Professor Dr. Rolf Langhammer. He's a researcher at the Kiel Institute for the World Economy. Many of you might know him because he's very often seen also on the news as an expert on trade policies. And in his long-spanning career, he also held several managing positions within the Kiel Institute as acting president, for example. And he also was the head of the research department for development, economic, and global integration. He has, since the retirement from the vice presidency, continued to work for the Institute. And in addition, he has also been an honorary professor in international economic relations and development economics at the Faculty of Economics, Business Administration at the Kiel University and other universities as well. His research topics focus on international trade patterns, trade policies, regional integration, and international capital flows. And of course, he's published many interesting articles and also contributed to many important volumes regarding trade policies. Now, earlier today, in the previous panel, we had the perspective from Brazil on climate aspects. We're skipping the R in the BRICS, but India is also a founding member, and therefore it's very great to have you here, Dr. Antil. I would like to ask you first, what was the perspective initially for India to join the BRICS group, and what are the expectations that came with it? And from a perspective today, do you think that it has worked out in terms of the initial motivation to join the group? And what particular benefits do you see in terms of trade relations, investment or technology cooperation from an Indian perspective?
Thank you very much, Almut, for the kind introduction and for having me on the panel. Namaskar to everyone. BRICS countries account for a little less than half of the world's population, account for over a third of the global GDP. It is only natural that the interests, agendas, and aspirations of such a large mass would converge on a large number of topics, especially topics that are also very important for development of the entire humankind. To take a few examples, green transition, green energy transition, sustainability, global food security, responsible digitization, agricultural development, better trade policies, disaster management. These countries are collaborating on a wide set of issues which not only are crucial for national developments, but also for meeting the sustainable development goals. As far as the progress is concerned, yes, for the multiple challenges and opportunities that face the populations in these areas, it's, of course, bilateral, plurilateral, multilateral, all sorts of approaches do and must run in parallel because they feed into one another, they supplement one another in areas such as these, and therefore India has been, of course, not just a founding member, but an active contributor to the BRICS activities and agenda.
Thank you. So one key expectation, I think, from more like an outsider's perspective, is or was that the BRICS group would also lead to stronger trade relations between its members. Now, Professor Langhammer, has this materialized, or is that something that we can maybe also expect going further? And would such a development also be at the expense of Europe, and in particular Germany?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. Public transport from Kiel to Hamburg is always a random walk, and this time I was lucky. As to the question, of course, we have to identify the dynamics of trade changes with respect to the BRICS, and I see three of them. One is aging, the demography. Aging economies are getting wealthier, and of course they change their demand structure from goods to services. It might have an impact on trade, and we have to discuss whether this is relevant for Germany. The second one is technological progress, which includes digitalization and, of course, also resource-saving technological progress. Again, we see that the BRICS countries, all of them, not only in the Asian region, where I see here it's more of a focus, but also, of course, including South Africa and Brazil, are facing tremendous challenges with respect to environment, climate shocks, weather shocks, and what have you. In this respect, of course, it could also change the demand structure for certain goods to be traded or produced locally. And the third one is the future of globalization. And today we're waking up in a new environment because Donald Trump has, yesterday evening, destroyed the international trading system by departing from the principle of unconditional most favored nation treatment. His reciprocal tariffs are just the contrary. So these are the three elements, and see where the German economy can fit in. Unfortunately, there are some sobering news. The last report of the Council of Economic Experts, Sachverständigenrat, has reported that there is something like a decreasing demand, export demand for German products. So there is less and less demand for products in spite of rising income in partner countries, and which of course includes also the BRICS countries. And we have to ask, where does it come from? Do we have the wrong product mix in our supply? Of course, we are focusing on trade in industrial goods. We are fairly weak in services. If BRICS countries would demand more services, of course we would go to China and they would go to the US so far. The second one is, of course, the problem of our internal barriers. Lack in digitalization, bureaucracy, high energy costs. Of course, it makes our, let's say, strategies towards exploring the BRICS market rather difficult. And the third one is that Germany leads always in regions with respect where trade barriers among partner countries have been removed. And the BRICS countries so far have not yet a free trade agreement. They are far from even fulfilling the simplest requirements of a free trade agreement. And that makes, of course, the markets, and that is, of course, the issue of globalization, very much fragmented. Fragmentation not only because of the big rifts in the economy due to Donald Trump, but also within the BRICS region, there's still lots of fragmentation in trade, and that makes the business for Germany rather difficult for the German exports. So there are internal reasons in Germany that we may have the wrong product mix. And second, of course, the markets of a BRICS country are not yet integrated, and that, of course, let's say, does not facilitate a dramatic rise of German exports to the BRICS countries.
Well, it seems to me that the BRICS group has a big attraction for additional members in Asia, particularly also in Southeast Asia, with Indonesia just having joined earlier this year. Malaysia and Thailand have partner status. Vietnam is kind of aspiring a partner nation. And I guess the underlying aspect there is that they do see that there are certain complementarities where the economies of these countries can benefit. So what do you see could be the impact of closer relations and trades between the countries, and how could German companies, giving our heavy dependence on so far on the automotive industry, machinery exports, kind of adapt to maybe benefit of projects that might arise from within the BRICS group in Asia?
You mentioned, of course, the Southeast Asian or East Asian BRICS. They are, of course, dominated by the RCEP, the regional trade agreement, dominated by China. And of course, there will be some sort of, let's say, a choice of countries either approaching the CPTPP, the Trans-Pacific, or the RCEP, or the free would merge. And that would be very, very important for the German industry. The second point, of course, is that you have an elephant in the room, which of course is China, and China dominates trade. And this domination of trade leads us to maybe to a very upward, downward trading, let's say, division of labor, where many Southeast Asian countries, including others, of course, produce the commodities needed by China, and China exports the finished goods. So where is then the niche where German products could come in? I basically see it in technology. So forget about industry, take technology instead of industry. And of course, industry includes a high service element, especially in environmental engineering. I see here one of the strongest potential areas in which the German economy could, let's say, come forward. Not so much, of course, in the traditional ones of automotive industry, of course also in the pharmaceuticals, in, say, machine tools, but in all these products or sectors, there must be a strong element of technologically, let's say, up to the state services. And in this respect, Germany has a lot to do in order to fulfill these requirements.
Thank you. So Also, another aspect that's always kind of considered what could be a potential positive outcome of the BRICS is better connectivity or improved infrastructure. Now, there are quite considerable gaps between the level of infrastructure development in some of these BRICS countries. And therefore, my question to you, Ms. Prieser, is where do you see the greatest challenges, but also opportunities, especially in your field of port infrastructure, as about 90% of all trades is still done via ship, and this of course is also the case for trade between the different BRICS countries.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me, and yeah, it's a good question. Ports are very much influenced by disruptions in trade. So we have seen that recently with the Suez Canal closure. We have seen that with the Red Sea crisis. So ports also have to be very flexible in reacting to that. Challenges, of course, will come from the congestion, and how do ports react to that? It can be by short-term providing additional infrastructure for storage, for example, but it can also be to overcome in the longer term with operational changes, so that that can be adapted. In several countries, and the BRICS countries are quite diverse in that regard, obviously. So in some countries you have also some outdated infrastructure. These countries are in the trade for a long time, so ports are there, and in many countries they are closer to the city. We know that here from Hamburg as well. So that leads to certain challenges, and you can't expand anymore. So there are then challenges with regard to how to modernize the facilities, and there we come then again into possibilities of digitalization of processes, etc., with automation of operations, which can help a lot. So there are the opportunities in this regard. And I fully agree to what Professor Langhammer said before. And this applies also to port infrastructure or ports in general. We need to focus on new technologies, on sustainability, on collaboration and digitalization. So, and I think that is also with regard to skilled labor, so skilling the labor, upskilling the labor. We have long discussions about what means automation, for example, for the labor force. It's not necessarily that people are made redundant, but they need to be upskilled. And I think this is very important aspects for the BRICS countries as well.
And have you seen new shipping routes developing in between the members of the BRICS group, or is there also maybe a risk in terms of setting maybe particular standards? I remember at the time where we were looking at transport of liquids or also dangerous goods on land ways on railroad. There was always a big challenge when cargo was shipped across borders. Is there an attempt of the BRICS countries to set maybe particular standards that make the trade easier between them?
Not that I'm aware of. So we've discussed, yes, BRICS countries is a group of countries. It's not yet a close collaboration in this regard, especially regarding infrastructure or regarding processes. What we see is, for example, as you mentioned, the land bridge. We have the different corridors going from China or India to the north, to the south, to the west. So there is the Northern Corridor, which is an intermodal corridor, currently not working because of Russia, the issues with Russia. So this is replaced by more traffic across the middle corridor that goes through the Caucasus, across the Black Sea, first across the Caspian Sea, then the Black Sea through Georgia, towards towards Europe, and we see the north-south corridor connecting Scandinavia with India, so I think there's a lot of cooperation with regard to these corridors, and we actually expect that there will be more development in this regard. With respect to shipping routes, I do not see any changes. So shipping routes depend on the major shipping lines, and there are call strategies where we have seen now a change due to the change in the shipping alliances. But this is happening regularly. It's nothing special for the BRICS countries.
Thank you. So with India being one of the largest members, particularly the largest in terms of population within the BRICS group, it has a significant economic size and growing also political importance globally and also within the BRICS group. Can you maybe illustrate a little bit how the kind of goals of the Indian government are put into the framework of BRICS, and how are they maybe also aligned with national policies like the Viksit Bharat 2047? We just heard about infrastructure developments. This is also a very important goal under the Modi government to improve that in India. How is that aligned, or is it aligned? And can you also, Dr. Antil, give us a few examples of projects, maybe also in other industries, where you see that there are corporations and projects that arise from within the BRICS group?
Thank you, Albert. The key areas of focus for India as a developing country are infrastructure, energy security, especially green energy transition, digitization, especially inclusive digitization, enhanced agricultural productivity, better skilling for its predominantly young population. And these plans echo with a large number of countries in the global south. They would have similar plans for their national developments. The challenges that we face with regard to realizing our goals, of course, require a multifaceted approach. And some of these are effectively met by cooperation under the ambit of BRICS. I'll give you an example. The cost of finance for developing countries is higher than that for developed countries. Affordable finance is, of course, a challenge not only for a robust infrastructure development, transportation development, but also for a rapid green energy transition, for adopting sustainable technologies, for transitioning to more efficient and modern production processes. The new development bank under the BRICS is a financing mechanism for such projects, and has indeed been financing some large projects related to infrastructure, and especially the transportation infrastructure and energy infrastructure in India, as also in other countries, including non-BRICS member countries. The cooperation on other areas of importance, such as vocational education and training, health, for example, the BRICS vaccine R&D collaboration on agricultural research, on Industry 4.0, on energy research and development. They feed into national plans for developing countries to make the journey towards their development goals. So these are a few of the examples. Then, of course, AI and digitization, which are quite at the center stage of the development story. They also need collaboration for wider adoption, for more responsible governance. And among the various collaboration mechanisms that we have, including very robust collaboration mechanisms with Germany, we have mechanisms on bilateral, multilateral level with the EU, for example, and also within BRICS to meet these challenges. So we feel all of these approaches feed into one another. The Green and Sustainable Development Partnership between India and Germany, which deals with the loss of biodiversity, with speedy green energy transition, with development of the green hydrogen sector, for working together on more sustainable agriculture. A lot of the bilateral cooperation topics also find place in the cooperation under the ambit of BRICS.
Thank you. So along India, China is another major global economic power within the BRICS group. So Professor Langhammer, how can we imagine an internal BRICS interaction between these two Asian superpowers? And have you seen in the past any conflicts arising or particular areas of cooperation between those two major players?
I'm not a political scientist, but so far as I see with respect to trade data, these trade data are very unbalanced. Of course, China is always running a big surplus against India. India, of course, is still, in this respect, a more developing country, a much poorer country than China is. China is, of course, heading the lower upper income country level. That means, of course, that there are imbalances, and imbalances are always difficult to handle, especially if the currencies are not internationally so far exposed to competition as, for instance, the dollar or the Western currencies. So in this respect, there might be some sort of element of cooperation, but an integrated market with respect to trade, or even more with respect to finance, is not yet in sight, simply because India keeps, of course, all options open. It's very clever. And of course, because, well, China's development is also a bit at risks at the moment. We are in a situation of deflation in China, which of course leads to enormous overcapacities internally, and of course these excess capacities are shifted abroad. So the Chinese government, of course, is now taken into the arms of foreign demand, and this foreign demand could be India, but if India is not prepared and not able, of course, to absorb all the products from China. And that brings, of course, to this situation that everything is then loaded up in the European Union because the American market is closed for China. So that also has implications for the trade relations between India and China. If China is in a situation where it is no longer something like a benevolent hegemon in the group, which of course is prepared also to pay or to compensate other countries for some sort of losses. As long as this does not exist, I think trade relations between India and China will be still at very much low level.
You already mentioned currency, and as we know, we're earlier reminded that the BRIC itself was kind of the brainchild of an investor by Goldman Sachs. There was for a long time a declared goal of the BRICS group to reduce the dominance of the US dollar in international payment and transaction, also develop on other alternatives to SWIFT, for example. Also now against the current backdrop of the Trump administration and the new announcement of tariffs, do you think the new in regards to the currency cooperation that is a realistic goal, and would such a loss of the importance of the dollar also have an impact on German business in Asia?
So de-dollarization is already on the way. Without, let's say, Donald Trump being, let's say, the best friend of those who want to de-dollarize, because he wants to weaken the dollar, because he thinks that a strong dollar, a safe haven function of a dollar, is against the competitiveness of the American industry, which economically is absurd, but of course this is his narrative, his mindset. And second is believes that, of course, any trade deficit of the US is unfair, by definition. So this is why he has introduced these reciprocal tariffs yesterday. The point of a financial, multipolar currency or financial system and the role of BRICS, of course, is very complex. You can start with the three functions of money, which of course is one, the invoice currency function, the easiest one, the payment. The second is the media of account, and the third one, the most important one, is store of value, the safe haven. And there is no BRIC currency so far which can, let's say, run against the dollar with respect to the safe haven function. 58% of global reserves, exchange reserves, are still in dollar with a slightly decreasing trend. It was about 62, 63 a few years ago. Now it's 58. De-dollarization is on the way, but not, let's say, in favor of the BRICS currencies, but in favor of gold, and of course other Western currencies. Slightly the euro, but of course also the pound, the Japanese yen, and so on and so on. So as long as the BRICS are not fulfilling the safe haven function, they will stay in the first level, which is of course the most rudimentary level of saying, okay, we have payment arrangements, we have offshore banks, we have swap agreements, and of course BRICS countries can settle their balances and trade with the currencies of countries. Of course, if the trade is balanced and two ways, then of course it's very simple. You don't have to cover, let's say, the balance, because then the balance would be, of course, have to be financed in Western currencies. As long as the trade is balanced, then it's okay. But if the trade is unbalanced because of this dominant position of China, there's always a problem that you need the dollar or other Western currencies. So in this respect, this target of, say, a multipolar financial and currency system is very much in the beginning. It may start, of course, always with the invoice function of money, but the way to the safe haven function of BRICS currencies is still a long way to go. Yeah. And of course now the implications for the German economy, or the German traders, of course. German traders today can settle their voices and pay, of course, also in renminbi, in the Indian currencies. It's possible. And of course, if trade runs two ways, that's of course comfortable. But again, if you want to, let's say, also invest in the future and hold your balance for, let's say, a future period, and then of course you have a store of value function, then still, of course, the Western currencies dominate by far.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to open in the last 15 minutes also the floor to questions. If, again, same rules apply, please just introduce briefly yourself and remember that there's a question mark at the end of a question.
My name is Guido Wolf, private person. Dr. Antil, I have a question. For 60 years, you're not agreeing on a borderline in the Himalaya, China, India. And now you're in the same club. How does it work?
I have, as I said in my answer to the first question, there is a large number of subjects where the interests and goals of the countries in BRICS converge, and the efforts under various frameworks must supplement each other in order to reach the common goals of not just citizens of those countries, but of the entire humanity. And therefore, a large part of the cooperation that has been ongoing in the framework of BRICS deals with those issues, in particular the necessities of moving forward to meet the sustainable development goals, especially for the people of the global south. So therefore, it's from this point of view, and especially from an economic angle, which is the subject of this panel discussion, I feel it not only such cooperation not just supplements the national efforts of the governments of these countries, but also opens opportunities for partners like Germany. In fact, the German companies, for example, the projects under BRICS are not just open to BRICS members, but under certain circumstances, even the German companies can participate in those projects subject to certain approvals. And also, if development happens on various fronts in for example, India as a BRICS country, it opens up a lot of opportunities for countries like Germany, which are competitive in technology and capacity, and also as a source of finance and investment to find economic opportunities in countries like India. So these efforts cross-feed into each other, while also supplementing our bilateral development cooperation. So I tried to answer the question in the context of the panel discussion, and yeah.
Oh, yeah, Flavio here. Considering the US dollar's share of global foreign exchange reserves has declined to a record low of 57% in the third quarter of last year, how does the BRICS interpret this trend, and what strategies are being considered to further promote the use of member nations' currencies in global trade?
I guess that's a question for you, Professor Langhammer.
To be frank, I do not know. From yesterday evening onward, we see that, the Mar-a-Lago plan of the incoming head of the Council of Economic Experts, Stephen Myron, to say, okay, we want to cut the burden on US debt. We expect the rest of the world to accept a haircut. We want to have our partner countries acting in weakening the dollar. So this is floating around Wall Street. And under such conditions, whether they will materialize in a couple of years or maybe only, let's say, very much in the future, is of course tailwind for the BRICS currencies. But the homework of BRICS currencies, that means convertibility, ending capital account restrictions, especially with capital exports, as in the China case, of course, is absolutely vital and indispensable for making the currencies of the BRICS countries really an internationally traded currency. And there's another thing, of course, is the strong position of China as a creditor. Of course, the creditor position is against the very poor countries in Africa. But we see, of course, that many of these African countries, not only take the horrid example of Zambia, but also others, of course, are in deep distress. And simply because China is not prepared to accept rules of the Paris Club or the DAC, the Development Assistance Committee of the OECD in Paris, and so on and so on. So the question is then really one of these leading currencies, and it's probably the renminbi for the time being, really a trustful currency in which also the neighboring countries, the partner countries of BRICS, can hold their reserves and their balances. And I have at least 3 question marks to that. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Nicolo Singer, still with the Asia Society. We've heard before that BRICS is now a global resource club. I think with the inclusion of the new members, the countries control around 35% of resources, including raw earths and minerals. So my question is, given that seems like a fairly big competitive advantage compared to other country groupings that BRICS has, are there any plans, or would you see it as useful for BRICS to collaborate to secure supplies of resources and rare earths?
Are you referring to any plan to secure supply chains of certain materials? Could you? I feel, of course, the discussions on creating synergies on economic front, including promotion of, say, trade and economic activity, are a part of the BRICS ambit. But I would not be right now commenting on the specific the question you asked about the agenda for collaboration on the supply chains of securing some certain materials as such.
That's good. At the moment, we are discussing, let's say, protection of supply chains against political uncertainty. And that means slicing up the value-added chains, making supply chains longer and more diversified. That is very important. And as far as I see it from the Chinese side, they are doing this in the ASEAN region with respect to the RCEP, but of course we still have a market economy there, and of course it is up to the companies to decide which sourcing partner they choose beyond the borders, and whether this is facilitated by rules of origins, by harmonization of technical barriers, and so on and so on. So far it is always in the making, but if the political uncertainty continues so far, I think the size of population could be something like a driving factor for slicing up a value-added chain. From the commodity, which of course we are all commodity-rich countries in ASEAN and of course also in Latin America, up to the finished goods production. So the entire processing stage could be theoretically in the hands of BRICS countries, sure. The question is, of course, is it something which the politicians want to have? Because then they would also rely on China as the elephant in the room, or whether they would try to hedge against the risks of political disturbances among BRICS countries to still have their supply chains also outside the BRICS community with respect to the Western world. That is an open question.
I just wanted to make a very brief rejoinder to this. As far as the Indian perspective is concerned, we do have both a domestic policy working towards securing more resilience in the critical material supply lines, and also have been collaborating with several other countries on working together to secure supply chains, especially of, as you said, certain crucial materials to modern manufacturing. So that those efforts are continuing and wide-ranging, including with members outside BRICS.
Before we take the last question from the floor, may I just use your expertise, Ms. Prisa, because you travel a lot to different countries in Asia Pacific. I know that you have projects in Bangladesh, in Sri Lanka. So when you're there, is BRICS a topic? And is also from your experience kind of the discussions that you have with your partners there, the political changes in the geopolitical landscapes, how do they perceive it, and what does that also change in their perspective towards German business partners?
Yeah, so generally we are talking to ports, to governments, to private entities in these countries, and of course there is a general concern with the recent geopolitical changes on all levels. So it's a general concern when you look into the political framework. It's more a practical concern when you talk to, for example, terminal operators, because there you have the direct impact that hits when something goes wrong. So, for example, crisis in the Red Sea means cargo takes longer to reach Western Europe when it comes from Asia. All these things impact, of course, the perception. But actually, I wouldn't say that BRICS as a group of countries plays a major role in my perception. It's bilateral or regional trade relations, but it's not necessarily we trade with BRICS only or something. That's not what I perceived.
Thank you. I would take one more question from the floor.
So, hi. I'm curious, is the conflict in Taiwan and China going to impact the German business in the area? Because German was always in the side of US on all conflicts. But this time is different, right? Because US is quite isolating everybody. So it's going to have an impact because the BRICS countries, there are a lot of candidates in the Asia area to join the BRICS. So it's more likely that they will be supporting China in this conflict.
You know that the German government still follows the one China state policy, of course, excluding this problem with Taiwan. You will remember that in 2001, both China and Taiwan acceded to the WTO simply at the same time. And of course, this was not to the pleasure of China. But it came under the pressure, of course, to say, either you become a member of the WTO after 15 years of negotiations, that was China, or if you don't accept Taiwan as an economic entity, to become a member of the WTO, you would not become a member of the WTO as China. The question is, can this be duplicated furthermore to consolidate the status of Taiwan as an economic entity? You know, the official naming of Taiwan in the WTO is including all the islands around Taiwan. And it is something like an economic entity. And the way, of course, to bring Taiwan to a consolidation stage, I do not know. I'm just now speculating. There is, of course, no hard facts for that. In order to secure the current situation of Taiwan is, of course, to say all the other countries, all the other BRICS members, of course, would insist that if China, for instance, becomes a member of the CPTPP, then also Taiwan must become a member of the CPTPP. And I do not know whether these the BRICS countries have a political or economic clout to enforce that. In my view, that would be something like, well, support for Taiwan's existence. But beyond that, it's poor speculation. The German government, the German economy treats China as an economic entity, a very important trading partner, but beyond that there is, of course, no interference into the political conflict.
Thank you. I believe our experts are here also later on, so more questions can be addressed bilaterally during the break. I would like to come back to the title of our session, Will BRICS have an impact on German business in Asia? And ask our panelists here a brief question and asking for a brief answer. Should German companies, small and large, have a BRICS strategy for their business in the Asia-Pacific region?
It's up to them. So far, I don't see it.
That was very brief, thank you.
We have kind of strategy as we employ people from all the countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa. But seriously, I don't think so. Not really.
Thank you.
Thank you, Helmut. I will speak for India. So yes, the German companies, both small, medium and large, should orient themselves more towards India, towards the opportunities that India's current journey unfolds for the German companies, including in areas where the BRICS cooperation is ongoing. And there are certain areas of very strong synergy and complementarity that emerge out of this. Especially in the area of green energy transition, in the area of smart manufacturing, in e-mobility, in more sustainable waste recycling technologies, in digitization, etc. So clearly, we would, from the Government of India, would request, would call upon the German companies to have a more India-oriented strategy, both in terms of trade and investment, which have already been growing very significantly. 2024, incidentally, was the year which saw the highest volume of India-Germany trade. Thanks.
Thank you. And so we learned that it's also in terms of business aspects, the BRICS group raises a lot of questions. There has been a lot of expectations. Not all of them have yet been fulfilled, but it's certainly a group that companies should be aware of. However, from what I heard, rather it's not necessary maybe to have a BRICS strategy as such, but to kind of be aware of what is going on in the individual countries more, like India, like you gave the example, and understand also the implications that it may have for infrastructure projects, trade, currency developments, as it's also an alternative to well-established groups worldwide in going forward. With that, I'd like to give a big thank you to all the panelists here and a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Almut Rösner, for hosting this panel, and we will continue with the third panel today. And yeah, it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Elisabeth Winter from the Bundeskanzler-Helmut-Schmidt-Stiftung to moderate this panel. She's the Program Director, Global Markets and Social Justice. The floor is yours. Welcome, Elisabeth Winter.
Yeah, thanks for being here. No, it's So, hello everyone. I know it's always a little bit complicated to start one panel just 1 second after the other one. So, we are still short one panelist, Sebastian Hoppe. I already saw you and we spoke today. So I hope that he will be joining us in just a second. But please sit down already. I guess he will be with us any second. So first of all, thank you very much to Anina for moderating today, and thank you everyone for being here with us today. My name is Elisabeth Winter. I'm heading the program on global markets and social justice at the Bundeskanzler-Helmut-Schmidt-Stiftung here in Hamburg. So today I have 3 speakers, hopefully soon, 3 speakers, to discuss the third panel of the day. And our question is, will BRICS act as a counterweight to the G7? And now the third speaker is joining us. So that's perfect because I just wanted to start introducing them. So just next to me is Dr. Yuka Kobayashi. She is a British Academy Global Innovation Fellow at the Center for Geopolitics, Geoeconomics and Technology at the German Council on Foreign Relations. And her research focuses on the influence of China's political economy at the regional and global level. Then we have David Wilkins with us. He is currently serving as the acting head of the Economic Security Division at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, the BMWK in Berlin. Thank you for being here. And also Sebastian Hoppe. He's a research fellow in the research cluster Political Economy and Integration at the Center for East European and International Studies, ZEUS, in Berlin, where he focuses on the political economy of Russia, Sino-Russian relations. Thank you for being with us today as well. So, as you can see, we brought together a group of experts working not only on some of the biggest powers in the BRICS and in the G7, but also on the intersection of politics and economics. A link, a nexus that has been undergoing some significant and also very concrete changes over the last years, as we hear a lot about de-risking, geoeconomics, weaponized economic interdependence, and economic security. They all have become buzzwords over the recent years, and of course one very important word to mention here is tariffs. As we all know, this is the nicest word in the dictionary, and after yesterday especially. So these changes to our understanding of the link between security and economics have been for a long time that more economic integration rather leads to a more peaceful and political understanding of each other and better partnerships, political partnerships as well. And I think this is especially important when we look at the BRICS and the G7, because these two international clubs have been working on exactly this intersection for most of their time being, so the security and economics interlinkages. And these are also the 3 topics we aim to cover in this panel. So we want to start a little bit talking about the broader development of the relationship between the BRICS and the G7. then see how do they have similar or different approaches to economic security, and then also talk about whether there are any chances for economic cooperation within the two clubs, beyond the two clubs, amongst them. So I think there are a lot of options when we talk about economic security here. And first of all, I want to discuss these issues with my experts here, but as in the other panels, I really invite you to join the discussion and engage with us at the end of the panel. So my first round of questions then is on the evolving BRICS and G7 relationship, and I want to begin with a German perspective, David. So how has this increasingly global geoeconomic competition that has been spurred by China and the US rivalry altered the relationship between the BRICS and the G7?
Indeed, many of the topics that you mentioned are at the forefront of our thinking. More and more conversion between economic policy and security policy, given the challenges that we see and that we have to react to. Of course, economic security is a big focus in the G7 work. Also not against anybody, but working together to address risks that we see and increase resilience and diversification. But the picture is diverse. You mentioned tariffs, and of course G7 work is not made easier on those subjects if we have a trade war on the very same day in the next group. So challenging picture there. On the other hand, there's also no clear picture on our collaboration with BRICS. Again, a very diverse picture. One of the things that brought these topics to our minds at the forefront is energy as a weapon as used by Russia in its war of aggression against Ukraine and also against the rest of Europe, which brought a lot of these debates to the forefront in Berlin, let us react in a very quick fashion to diversify our energy supply. On China, we share a lot of the risk assessments and the diagnosis that the US has brought out in the recent years. We don't share the remedies, but we are very much concerned about military-civic fusion, seek the dominant positions and technologies that are critical for us. So again, point to look at. On the other hand, other BRICS members are very much part of our diversification strategy, like Brazil, where we have the agreement on Mercosur, or India and Indonesia, where we want to have a trade agreement. So it's really difficult to put these two groups against each other. It's all mixed together, and we want to collaborate on the one hand, but also have to assess where the risks are and where we need to be more resilient.
Yeah, so maybe I go to you, Sebastian, because your research focuses on Russia, actually the one country that has been or is part of both clubs. So how would you assess the ongoing relationship?
Yeah, so I mean, it's interesting that Russia, there was a point in time where Russia was in both clubs, right? So, and the way I think about G7, BRICS is not so much as two conflicting clubs, but more as one new layer above another that is a bit older, so to say. And this network perspective, I think, is closer to reality, because each individual BRICS member has strong ties to the global economy. And of course, each of the G7 members is also tightly integrated in what we call the global economy. So it's not really about economic blocks emerging. It's more about one hegemon, namely, or one emerging hegemon, namely China, trying to pursue a couple of aims on the political level while remaining deeply integrated into the global economy. And I think this is true for each of the BRICS members, except for Russia. And this is kind of the elephant in the room. And the previous panels, they had these revealing sentences. So they spoke of now we have to exclude Russia, or Russia is a bit special, or Russia is a different animal. And I really think that it could be a huge challenge to accommodate Russia's claims within BRICS in the future. So maybe we touch upon that a bit later, because where the other BRICS members are coming from is really, I would call it almost a developmentalist ambition. So what they have their aims, they want to level up the living standards of their population. They also have security aims, of course, but they are coming from an ambition of socioeconomic development, and now also added to that a couple of security imperatives. But Russia really has a different agenda, I think, when it comes to BRICS, and is indeed some kind of different animal. So from my perspective, 2 points: the networked character of both clubs, so to say, and the very special relationship that Russia has to the G7 countries, and of course the very special role Russia plays within the BRICS group.
Yeah, so Russia is having rather the opposite than a network approach, actually.
That's right. So if you think about the recent additions to the BRICS club, one could argue that this is pretty much an extension or an expansion of the network capacity of the BRICS club. So it's not about adding, for example, so and so much of GDP to the club, but if you add a country like Saudi Arabia, it has advantages. I mean, now it's the place where Ukrainians and Russians meet, could be the place for further negotiations in the future. It's a big oil exporting country, so there are tangible political and economic benefits of adding a so-called middle power like Saudi Arabia or also Indonesia. But if you think about what does Russia add, of course, it's diplomatic weight, it's the UN Security Council membership, but it's also a lot, it's many difficulties in the current situation. No one actually wants to have the permanent threat of secondary sanctions on their shoulders when dealing with Russia. This is a huge problem and a huge obstacle in terms of economic cooperation, I guess, within BRICS. And also there are some claims now brought forward by Russia, and one, we have to see how far Russia is pushing these things, but maybe turning BRICS into some kind of grain cartel, something like OPEC, but for grain trade. De-dollarization, there are also some diverging interests when it comes to how far you can push with de-dollarization, because as we heard in the last panel, these countries are very differently embedded in global trade regimes, or they have different currency interests actually. So I think I'll leave it here for the moment, just saying that as previous panels have said, Russia is a bit special from my perspective in this club. And it's an open question how the BRICS will accommodate this. Maybe just one sentence more. Just imagine another scenario where Russia would still be a peace-loving member of the G8 club and a BRICS member. Would be of huge significance, I guess, for BRICS in terms of network capacity, in terms of Russia contributing to both formats. But obviously, this is now, it's not an option anymore under the conditions of war.
So turning to China, I mean, Russia is certainly one of the big members in BRICS and very much dominating a lot of the discussions. So especially when we look at the security question in relationship to G7, of course, another very important country when we talk about economic security, one country that really has brought us to talk about in very different ways on economic security is China. So maybe you can answer or respond already a little bit to what Sebastian said on Russia's role in the BRICS. So how is the view of China on that, and what, from a Chinese perspective, what does that actually mean for the G7 BRICS relationship?
I think, first of all, before I comment on it, I think it's a really interesting question that we're asking about the relationship between the G7 and BRICS, because if you look at the evolution when BRICS was set up, it was actually the G7 in the very initial stages that said to these developing rising powers to say there are these kinds of commonalities that really bring you guys together. And then evolved into things like the basic groups and the BRICS. Now what's changed from those early 2000s is really the rise of China. And this is why we're actually having these discussions about economic security. So China is no longer this kind of developing country that it actually labels itself to be internationally. So BRICS serves a very good purpose for China, where they still can claim legitimacy in the global south, or the majority south, and sort of not really stand out as this kind of rising power, which really they don't want to be doing. Because if you look historically, China has always had this kind of historical legacy of a semi-colonial power, so never wanting to stand out, never wanting to take the lead. So the BRICS actually serve this purpose, is actually coming together as this kind of rising power coalition. However, if you look at the developments, especially since Xi Jinping came into power, you have very different kinds of conceptions where China's going with its outward sort of investments and going out strategy. So China's going out strategy is nothing really kind of new, but if you look from the Xi Jinping period, Jiang Zemin period to really what we're looking at Xi Jinping, we're actually seeing a much more kind of an assertive China and very kind of active China, yet they don't want to actually have this kind of limelight. So during this kind of COVID lockdown, you also see Xi Jinping taking policy initiatives domestically about making the world dependent on their supply chains. So it's interesting because you actually have, you know, on the security front, Russia on one hand, but on the economic side, China really becoming a power. And BRICS is only one side, because when we're talking about de-dollarization, it's only one component in China's sort of grand strategy. If you look at the Belt and Road Initiative, which the last panel talked about, which is about infrastructure development, it's part and parcel of China's, mainly Xi Jinping's idea about making China great again, which has definitely ramifications for the existing sort of institutions and also the traditional hegemons in the G7. Therefore making it very difficult between these kinds of shifts of power balances.
Yeah, so, but what do you think for what now is, like what role does the BRICS play for China? I mean, Sebastian already also mentioned the network aspect. I mean, I think China is very good in networking and making itself a big, powerful player in the global economic network, even though many other countries tried for a long time to actually keep it out of this network. So what role does the BRICS play, and how does China position itself in it?
I think in terms of China, it traditionally always operates bilaterally. So a lot of the things, like even in de-dollarization, you have a lot of the agreements happening bilaterally. So this is a comfortable zone for China. So you have this actually happening in the background. And this has been happening for decades. And so the BRICS is the next layer. So basically coming up with this networks that kind of camouflages kind of bilateral things which go towards one actor, specifically with the pinpoint of China. So it really serves a purpose on really coming out with this idea of community of shared destiny, which China always talks about, and also advances in international organizations to write into this kind of multilateralism or a rule-based order. So essentially, it's kind of a building block for China to go from its domestic aspirations of sort of like domestic sort of dual circulation policies of reviving their economy to a bilateral, to a network, to a multilateral. So it actually serves its purpose of these various stepping layers.
So, David, what kind of layer is the G7 for Germany?
It's still a very important forum to debate global issues. Yes, because normally we are very much like-minded, and that makes it easier to find common ground. But always with an open agenda. That is very important for us, that it's not exclusive, but we are inviting others and try to promote solutions that are open to others, such as BRICS members. Canadian presidency has a very difficult job right now. That's rather obvious. They're carrying on, nevertheless. And we want to preserve as much of it as is possible, that for sure. But there are other fora as well, and as Thomas mentioned, first and foremost, that's for us the European level, where we also have the European Economic Security Strategy with its 3 pillars. That is the basis, and on that basis we want to do more outreach. We need to get better at networking and counter some of those outreaches by Russia and China, and be an attractive partner for the South and the world. But G7 is still a platform that is relevant and that brings a lot of capacities and also countries that have traditionally taken a lot of responsibility and for global affairs together.
So to what extent does Germany, or then at the European level, try to network with the BRICS or with members of the BRICS?
With members of the BRICS, definitely. Again, different animal, Russia right now. There's still a lot of areas of cooperation also with China, where we can cooperate. Climate was one of the topics mentioned. And as I said, we want to diversify, we want to increase resilience overall. That means networking, that means having different partners, stable supply chains. That does not mean always have a supply chain among friends, but among trusted partners. And that very much includes BRICS members. I mentioned the trade agenda, where we also need to get better and quicker and be more ambitious. Interacting with BRICS as such, I think that was also the tone across the day so far is a bit difficult because they don't have a formalized structure. And I think for so far that will remain the case.
So maybe, because you already mentioned that the economic security strategy, the European Union has for 2 years now. And so I'm wondering, is this already one of these examples that Thomas had mentioned, where Germany and the European Union are really spelling out their own interests, that we need to do that more so that also countries in the BRICS, other countries actually know what we want?
Yes, I think for us it's also very much a matter of defining our own interests, where are our strategic interests, also knowing our strengths and weaknesses more is very much part of it, and then carry out the work along the 3 pillars that are part of the strategy. So promote measures, also protect measures where we see risks that we need to protect against, and then very much the partner pillar, which means, of course, collaboration with close partners on security issues as such, but much broader, having a trade agenda, having a network to work together on issues, and thus become more diversified and resilient.
So when we talk about economic security, so what is the Russian approach there?
You mean the European approach to Russia or the Russian approach to the rest of the world?
I mean, both are interesting, but I mean, I think it's also try to understand, like, I mean, the G7, they already talked about what is their economic security approach, primarily pushed by Japan, who are really the initiators on this entire debate. And I mean, the G7 never went so far to actually have this written statement on it. But what I try to do now is a little bit to find out what do different countries, what do different blocs mean by, different clubs mean by economic security, like this big thing that really we need to first identify before we can talk about each other what we mean. And I think, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the key word for me was actually given by Thomas Henschel in his remarks that, I mean, I'm also hesitant to speak of a grand strategy. I think this is, I mean, it's not a world of 19th century where you could draw a grand strategy on a map, but still I think there needs to be a strategy that expects contradictions and setbacks. And what I mean by that, if you take, for example, sanctions, I mean, the sanctions against Russia, they are also highly contradictory. I mean, they push the global south maybe towards more de-dollarization and towards bloc formation, but at the same time they isolate Russia within formats such as BRIC. What I mean by that is that there is a benefit of Russia being sanctioned, namely that Russia has tied its hands when it comes to potential economic cooperation in these fora. On the other hand, we cannot only sanction each country that we don't like or whose politics we dislike. So we should have incentives for countries, also BRICS countries, to cooperate deeper with the European Union. So what I'm arguing for is actually a highly differentiated approach, a strategy towards individual countries. So I'm really not in favor of taking G7, taking BRICS, and then having a G7 strategy vis-a-vis BRICS, but more targeting, not targeting, but cooperating with individual countries, seeing what they need. And I think here it was very illuminating that now on several occasions here throughout the previous panels that, for example, development finance was such a big thing, because obviously there's a huge demand for countries willing to develop, to have more fiscal, financial space. So taking this up, finding new arrangements which break maybe with older patterns, that's a good way of engaging with individual BRICS countries. Now that doesn't necessarily answer your economic security question, but just an argument for a differentiated bilateral approach tailored to the needs of individual BRICS countries.
But I think also, and this was a very tough question to actually define the economic security idea of Russia, I guess. But I think you are really highlighting that the European Union should focus on the promote and the partnership pillars of the economic security strategy, right? Towards its G7 member partners, but also towards other countries. And but I mean, when we look to Russia, for instance, it's rather the protect measure, right? When we talk about sanctions. And now, after yesterday with the Liberation Day, we're also talking a lot about the protect measure, the anti-coercion instrument being maybe used against the United States. So maybe briefly back to you, do you see how are these different pillars in the economic security strategy of the European Union are already used, or where do you see more the need of a joint understanding of that, and how is that actually working so far?
Well, there's work underway to look at when we use which instrument. That's called the economic security doctrine that's supposed to be developed now. We need a balance between the three pillars, and so far there has been a lot of focus on the protect side. I think competitiveness is key for Europe to be resilient and strong, so the promote work must be ongoing, and the partner pillar already talked about that. Protect measures are important, and many of those instruments are country agnostic, and I think that's a reasonable approach. Investment screening, but also I wouldn't put sanctions so much under the protect measure. It has a political goal when we enact sanctions, and I think in the Russia case it was also a very clear-cut case of a war of aggression. So that's not something to do lightly. So in short, all three pillars are important and need to be worked on. And as we see, sometimes from surprisingly corners, we need to be vigilant and look at risks.
Yeah. So turning to China, so is there an economic security strategy that really spelled out economic security strategy for China or for the BRICS?
I think that's a really interesting question. It was going around in my mind when I was listening to the fellow panelists. And it's interesting, I was hearing there's no grand strategy and it's bilateral. And it's interesting because in the China case, there is a grand strategy. And it's bilateral, but there is a grand strategy. And there is this kind of making China great again, rejuvenation of the nation. So if you look at the policy documents and the speeches of Xi Jinping, it's very clear. So I'm just wondering how effective is it going to be without a grand strategy and, you know, having various kind of bilateral, which is necessary. I can completely understand it. But if you're competing with China that has a grand strategy, how strong can Europe be was what the question I was going in my mind. And I don't know if I can answer your second question, which is about what is it in the BRICS. And I think, you know, we talk about the BRICS, but it's really, I think it's already been raised in the previous panels. But it's a collection of really varied countries. And not a lot of them share kind of their common interests, but they're not really identical. And if you look at the direction that Russia's pushing and the direction that China's pushing, they're really having sort of similar sort of arguments, but in different approaches, like the need for actually having more democratization of, you know, the world order. But in terms of where China is, they want to sort of work with the existing world order. And it's very different in the ways in which they envision the orders, although they get put together. And similarly speaking, like if you look at, you know, even Brazil and China, you know, if you look at sort of the economic sort of side of things, there are a lot of developments. But if you look at sort of climate change, it's very different kind of profiles. China is still sort of a fossil fuels kind of based economy, whereas Brazil's very hydro. So essentially it's like apples and oranges. So if you talk about a holistic BRICS, other than this kind of trying to really come up with more of a voice for the global South or the majority South, I think there it runs into a lot of problems, even for economic security, that you have sort of statements on supply chains, but it's really vague in terms of what specifically it is because they're bringing together varied countries. And I think here what we're not addressing is basically what's happening with these kinds of issues in economic security without the United States. It's a very different kind of administration now. We're no longer having things like, for example, using technology or the CHIPS Act. So essentially, it's a very, question mark there in terms of where it's going.
So if there's not sometimes hard to really pin down what economic security means for these clubs. I mean, but you already mentioned a very important policy area or economic area is like technology, new technology, green technologies, where they play quite an essential role when we talk about economic security in the future. So do you see that there is that the BRICS countries can agree on these issues more, or it's easier to identify?
It's interesting. So in preparation for coming today, I was looking at sort of the various positions that these BRICS countries have on issues around technology and data. And even there, you're actually having sort of statements on data protection. But if you go down the line in terms of what specifically their positions are domestically in legislation, there's a lot of divergence. So if you sort of look beyond this kind of area of broader principles, it becomes very difficult to really come down and pin principles because you have technologically advanced nations like China. And if you look at the other BRICS countries, I mean, India is also pulling at very different kind of positions. So a lot of our commentators have said that China is actually having one sort of group with technology, India is having another, and the United States is having another group. So essentially, you're actually having different kind of positions. So with the BRICS, how are you going to bring China and India together with all the other global South, which I think is going to be difficult if you go into the nitty-gritty of the principles.
Yeah. So is this a little bit easier for the G7?
I think it's a little bit easier because all the G7 are strong on those critical technologies in one way or the other, have a big foundation, academia, companies that work on these technologies. So they are more like-minded in that regard than maybe BRICS are, as you mentioned, where China is really the dominant factor. And there's a shared risk assessment to start with. but we still have to see where this is heading now. Also still have to see where the US administration is ultimately heading on technology, how much the anti-China focus remains. There are different factions also in the White House on that, and it's still a bit unclear. But of course, under the Biden administration, that was a very strong focus and a lot of outreach to G7 to work together on trusted ecosystems, on economic security standards, where we also make sure that it's not exclusive and anti-China club, but where we also share a lot of the risk assessments. So from our point of view, the work needs to continue. But it's a little bit unclear where we're heading there.
Yeah, just maybe one sentence. I mean, here again, I think. I mean, I agree that BRICS is very heterogeneous when it comes to where they come from in terms of decarbonization or mitigation or the claims they have. And to make it even more complicated, I mean, Russia has a very awkward relationship to what I would call the decarbonization regime, because the base year was 1990, which lets Russia shine in a very good light if you take a purely statistical point of view. So how does this relate to BRICS? I mean, I don't have an answer. I just want to say this is a very unique situation that one big player within BRICS has in relation to the whole climate change agenda. And then here again, I think why Russia is interested in selling hydrocarbons as long as possible. So, and again, from this perspective, the war was a highly irrational move, just shutting down the largest market that there is. But they have an interest in selling hydrocarbons as long as possible for the highest price possible. While, and I think this already shined through in the previous panels as well, that it's not necessarily about hydrocarbon consumption for India or Brazil. It's about making life affordable for poorer people, basically. So again, I don't want to whitewash these governments, but I think there is a developmentalist impulse in some of the BRICS members that Russia does not share. And just to highlight again the nuances and differences within the BRICS format.
Do you want to react on that from a... No? Yeah. Because like, do you want to react on that? Because that there are, because he was talking about other BRICS members and that how they differ to Russia. So what would your perspective be on China on that?
On specifically on climate change? I think in terms of climate change, this is actually really varied, and as you rightly say, is this working? Can you hear me? Okay. In the 1990s is a very different kind of standpoint for China, Russia. But I think in terms of climate change, it's one area that often is, I see the discussions in Europe saying, this is an area where we can actually cooperate. But when you look at the specifics of where you're actually going to cut your emissions, or when you're thinking about more specifically how you're going to address this, it becomes very complicated. Because I mean, in China, you're actually having these ideas around a green Belt and Road initiative. So the previous panel talked about ports and infrastructure, so they're talking about ports and infrastructure. But one angle of that, the Chinese are thinking about a green Belt and Road, so they're thinking about cutting the emissions there. But the other flip side of this is if you think about construction, that's not the most climate neutral kind of approach. So you can actually see this complicating things significantly in terms of neighboring countries. Like for example, Kazakhstan. If you build a road in Kazakhstan, it becomes basically a Kazakhstan emission, not a Chinese emission. But Kazakhstan taking over a Chinese construction company would actually help China in terms of addressing their SOE issue, but yet also China will cut down in their emissions domestically, so it's really a very clever solution. So even within the BRICS, I'm sort of answering this in a roundabout way, you're actually seeing even within an area that's sort of earmarked as an area where you can actually cooperate, it's actually much more complicated if you look at the dynamics within the cooperation.
So, and how about the G7 when we talk about climate change? And we already today talked about the securitization of the topic. And of course, with the Trump administration leaving the Paris Agreement. What are what is the outlook for the G7 on that issue?
It's so bleak all the time. I mean, we certainly see that climate change does have security challenges, and there is this side of the debate. Then the question is whether the Security Council is the right format for that, and I understand where the ambassador was coming from. But there is this part of the debate, and we would certainly include it in our ongoing risk assessment on security challenges. The effects of climate change need to be considered. Again, has of course been a very big part of G7 agendas throughout, and I certainly expect it to continue to be that way. And Europe is at the forefront of that debate in any event. So that will not change.
So I think this is actually a good point to start to discuss a little bit the last topic I wanted to discuss, and whether there are any chances to foster actually more cooperation between some members within the G7, some members in the BRICS countries, because there are topics where these clubs not actually align so much with themselves, but maybe more some members do that are, where some members see more of a conflict within these clubs actually. So would climate change, for instance, be something where we can really have more cooperation across these clubs and rather leave these clubs behind us?
Yeah, I mean, I just can underscore or restate what I've said, that I think it's very much a bilateral thing, except for the fact that, of course, there is a climate, a process of climate negotiations going on, which is multilateral, of course. Yeah, but as I said before, and as has been stated, I mean, there is, I guess, still a huge interest in Brazil and India to have cooperation, be it with the European Union or be it with Germany. And I think it would be a wrong approach to think about the world in blocks and in exclusive clubs, because just empirically this isn't the case. I mean, we should remember ourselves, and here it was very helpful today in the opening of the conference that the Brazilian ambassador pointed out that this was a media talking point at the beginning. So these talk about, is there a different order represented by BRICS? No, it's not. There are political claims, but these claims operate on still existing interdependence, and we should not throw out the water, the baby with the bath water, something like that. So yes, I mean, keeping markets open both in Germany and Europe for products that are not security sensitive makes sense. Giving countries such as India and Brazil, South Africa, still a perspective, because we should not forget that these individual BRICS countries, minus Russia, they've grown and they've become what they are today through relatively open markets. I mean, there were terrorists involved and capital controls and everything, but they needed the world market. And I think in order to develop, they still need not only a sealed BRICS market, but the world market. So it should be an incentive to keep markets open where it's possible, right? And where it doesn't touch issues of security or economic security.
So just wanted to say, please get ready if you want questions. But I just want to maybe elaborate, because I'm asking like that, because I think like the G7 as well as the BRICS are good examples that you need to be innovative to actually make some form of international cooperation possible. For the G7, it was back in the G7, our namesake from our foundation, Helmut-Schmidt, who actually initiated because of complicated international affairs. The BRICS started, of course, more from a different start, but there were also the reaction to a changing environment in international relations. And I think now we all probably would agree that we are, again, at a very crucial point when it comes to global governance. And the question is, like, what are maybe new ideas, what are new forms, and especially because the BRICS and the G7 that are so often considered as alternatives are both like these very informal clubs that actually allow for all kinds of flexibility. So how can we use that? How can we make use of that to actually come to new ideas maybe, or where are new paths to cooperate? So, Yuka, maybe you go ahead and then David.
I think I wholly agree with what you were saying in terms of keeping channels open and keeping markets open. I'm just trying to think of scenarios where this is actually possible and this is not possible, right? And I think in all senses, I think trade and free trade has gotten where we are, but you can also see the reason why we're pedaling back with these changes. And one of the key things that we're actually seeing in the current economy is digitalization, right? And I was just thinking about like these positions of difference in sort of digitalization. You're seeing data sovereignty on one hand, and the G7 actually pushing forward things like free flow, trusted data with free flow. So essentially, these are areas which make it difficult. But in the digitalization age, I find it very difficult to think of, even trade and services. How are we going to get around these things? And I think it's not a G7 BRICS issue that we're talking about here. This is actually what we're actually seeing with, the big sort of companies and also with the United States. It's not isolated to these big blocs. And I think what you're saying in terms of keeping the conversation going and identifying issue areas and conversation. I think one of the areas that you can really find agreement is actually education. This is where I usually work. I'm seconded to DGAP this year, but I'm actually usually a professor in London. So essentially, there's no one that says actually education is bad. So a lot of things like you can identify commonalities there, and with this kind of people-to-people kind of nature of these kind of fluid arrangements, I think more creativity could actually be exercised here.
Well, I think it's difficult to design the magic club that has a composition that can solve all these questions. I mean, we have the G20, of course, but there again, we have all these conflicts at the table, which then leads us to results that are maybe more modest than what we need. But it's important that we have networks and that we talk about all these issues in very different formats. And of course, for us, we also have a core interest in keeping the multilateral order and the institutions that have been successful. And we also live witness now what erection of new trade barriers means, and maybe that also reinvigorates debates on reforms, but also on support for those institutions like the WTO. I think that's still a core interest also for BRICS members.
So I already saw a hand back there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Jörn Geiselmann. I work for GIZ, the German state agency for international cooperation, and I coordinate the strategic foresight team of GIZ. I found the panel really fascinating, and I pretty much agree with, I think, almost everything you said. What I'm struggling with a little bit, the panel title and let's say the starting point of the whole discussion, because to me it feels like it's almost like we are still in the world of 2023 or 24, where I think this was really the big question. But I would say with the re-election of Trump, we are really more in a world of almost the G6, let's say. And I think that really changes a bit of the I think the whole discussion, because the BRICS might eventually, or China-led BRICS, let's say, could be really a much stronger weight, let's say, than a G6, and we could really enter a world that is not in all areas, but in more and more areas, really more dominated by these countries. And I think the question really is, what does it mean for the G6 countries, and how do we respond to that? And I think you responded to it partly, but I would just be curious whether you whether this resonates with you. I'm not saying that this will definitely happen, but I see a possibility of it, let's say, and I would be curious to hear your thoughts on that.
So I will collect these 3 questions, okay, and then you can pick which one you want. So we had one question up here in the first row.
Okay, thank you. Can I do more like a comment than a question? It's really short, I promise. Because well, there is a question. If the BRICS as a group is so loose, why countries want to join it? Want to join this group? Why 40 countries want to join this group? What's the reason behind that? And my comment for that is, why not to think about the BRICS as a kind of a hedging platform for these countries? Because what the BRICS offer for these countries is precisely that. And that may help to understand how Russia and the role of Russia within the BRICS. Because in a way, Russia is precisely the country that pushes the BRICS, the group, away from the G7, and then in that sense makes hedging more likely for the new countries wanting to join.
Okay, thank you. And then we had one question in the middle here. So someone is raising, yeah, question? Yeah. Okay. There is a mic just behind you.
Oh, sorry, okay. I wonder, you are talking about collaboration, what can be done together, G7 and BRICS. Nobody talk about the minerals. China is the major minerals mining country that has the mining capacity and also the minerals. And in the BRICS, most of the rare minerals are located and also mining. So, and the G7 country has the technologies. Why not work together to get those minerals for the green energy?
So thank you very much. So maybe we can start here and go along.
I think the critical minerals is actually a really good point, and there's already been quite a lot done bilaterally through China and specific countries, and this is also an area where China gets criticized for basically resource extraction and focusing their investments in particularly resource-rich countries. But I really like your idea of sort of pooling this kind of thing through the BRICS. Now, the one challenge I see of this is it would be a great kind of project for China to get this kind of, project going. It would give it much more attention. But one way is like China really guards their technology and their maids with they really guard it. So having a bilateral arrangement makes it much easier for them to agree and also control. What I see as being a problem, and it's similar to the issue they had with basically the Paris Agreement, was relinquishing control of, emissions data domestically in China was really a problem. So this idea of control and relinquishing control of these things would be the major challenge. But I think if there was enough will and persuasion, there could be something that could be developed there. But I think there's been quite a lot of things developed around specific things like FOCAC, the Forum for Cooperation in Africa in China, to specifically focus on these areas. So China already has a lot of these things regionally, and this is where this kind of idea of infrastructure for development, so basically getting these kind of critical minerals for building infrastructure in the specific countries, and decades of that has evolved into what we call the Belt and Road Initiative today. But I'll leave my comments there.
Thank you. Maybe you can, the question on the title.
First of all, we certainly don't give up on the transatlantic relationship. That's for a start. We are 2 months in now, let's not forget that. But certainly the task is to strengthen ourselves, to enhance our capacities and to do our own homework. and to include in this close partners such as Canada and Japan and Korea, which and others, where we have a very close relationship to and agree on a lot of issues. But again, the question is BRICS then the counterpoint or one pole, and we don't really see that so far. But yes, for Europe, the task is to look at itself and do its homework. And on critical minerals, again, I think China already is in a very dominant position on the global market. So would it really be in China's interest to collaborate with all the other BRICS members? I don't really see it. On the other hand, for us, it's very much a part of our diversification strategy to work on critical minerals with a lot of countries across the world. So again, possibilities for collaboration with BRICS members.
Yeah, I mean, just a couple of thoughts on the first question. Obviously, we went from G8 to now maybe G6. And I don't know. I mean, it's a political question as to whether G6 would have some value. I don't know, but I mean, analytically, it's interesting to see that what we see now in the US has obviously global roots in the sense that it's important how the US has traded over the last decades with the world. But it also has deep domestic roots. And this is a point that I just want to throw in without providing a solution to it. But I mean, there is a difference when it comes to domestic challenges to grand strategy or foreign policy in BRICS and in the G7 club. So the G7 club is way more vulnerable to new domestic actors, parties, political conjunctures, whatever, simply because these countries are democracies. And I don't say it's something bad, it's just it's a fact that these countries have to deal with groups that challenge the course of foreign policy, and we've seen now some repercussions with the US. In BRICS, there are also democracies. I don't say that they don't have elections. They have elections, but it seems much more stable in terms of their long-term perspective on foreign economic policies, for example. So this is just something that, now that I've thought about it during the panel, is a point that G7 is vulnerable. And I don't know what this means in political terms and what this means for the future, but that's, I think, one reason why it's now only 6 and not 8 or 7 anymore. But we'll see. Maybe there's another turn in the US and everything will be fine, right? Yeah, then the hedging platform. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, coming back to my initial point that for me, BRICS and BRICS Plus, extended version of BRICS, is about extended network brokerage, so to say. It does make sense to join BRICS, not as an exclusive club, but as one more platform where you not only have diplomacy, but you also have maybe access to some corporate leaders, to some organizations that might help you in the future. And so it's this complex, multi-layered capacity that is very attractive to a lot of countries. The question is, or my guess would be, that this is only attractive until it becomes an exclusive club. And here again, there are some claims on the Russian side that I think move into the direction of more exclusiveness, maybe even more autarky or independence in some areas that might not be in the interest of other BRICS members.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we're running out of time now. So I guess I thought in the beginning maybe to end the panel with asking everyone to really briefly answer the question, but I think it became very clear that none of us would say, yeah, this is actually the alternative, and they will necessarily act as a counterweight, but that there are these are two very heterogeneous clubs, and that there are many ways to actually maybe engage with each other on an individual basis, but certainly that there is probably not good for the economic security of either the G7 or the BRICS to think about it as an opposite, so to say. So thank you very much for my speakers here. Thank you very much to the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation for initiating the conference, to all the other partners, and I wish us a very nice rest of the conference.
Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much, Elisabeth Winter, for hosting this interesting panel. There will be a break of roughly 30 minutes. Out of respect to everybody following the conference on the live stream, it would be really helpful if you could be back on your seats at 5:45 for the next panel. Thank you so much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our today's conference, Decoding BRICS, Beginning of a New World Order, Part 3. We will hear our two final panel discussions, and then in the end, we will hear Mr. Karl-Heinz Paquet from the Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung with some final remark of today's conference. And it is my pleasure to introduce our moderator today. It's Miriam Pries-Hansen. She's the head of research from the program Global Orders and Foreign Policies from the GIGA Institute here in Hamburg. And I have to say, I hear her quite often as I work for the Northern Broadcasting Company, and she's a well-known expert in our program, and I heard her several times on our radio program in the morning when the topics was BRICS. So I'm very happy to welcome you today. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that friendly introduction, and thanks as well also from me and from the GIGA to the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation for hosting and organizing and co-organizing this event today. We've discussed quite many opportunities and challenges that arise from a strengthened BRICS and its impact on the global order or global disorder already. And we now move to a potentially more difficult topic of security, of peace and conflict. And even as we've heard, BRICS is not a military alliance. Security has always, at least officially, been part of one core pillar of BRICS cooperation. But it's still quite unclear as well what is on the agenda there. And it's unclear, and I think maybe we can discuss this today, what kind of security beyond the known strong understanding of sovereignty and non-intervention does come out of BRICS. So what do they understand as being security? What are we potentially moving towards? Or, alternatively, and maybe as a bit of a provocation, are any of these questions in vain given that a BRICS member has invaded another sovereign country? Or, third option, alternatively, does BRICS, because of its credible commitment to sovereignty, well, more or less credible commitment to sovereignty, its non-Western identity show a potential to provide novel approaches to, for instance, conflict mediation? Does it have a role in Gaza, potentially? So, given all these difficult questions, and in light of current developments and the apparent unwillingness of the US to further contribute to the global security realm, these are really serious and consequential questions to be asked about the expanded BRICS as a potentially collective security actor, about the future of multilateral or minilateral security institutions more generally. So I'm really happy to have this very qualified panel here for us, which I will introduce now. First, we have Hapimon Jacob, who is an associate professor of diplomacy and disarmament at the School of International Studies at the Jawaharlal Nehru University. He has held various academic and research positions, for example, at the University of Jammu and the Observer Research Foundation in New Delhi. He's an accomplished author with publication on Indian foreign policy, its global and regional relations, India-Pakistan relations, and no, I wrote it. And will add a new book to his impressive list entitled India After Non-Alignment, The Quest to Become a New Pole in International Politics. He is also the founder and director of the Council of Security and Defense Research, an independent New Delhi-based think tank, and he is a regular columnist for the daily newspaper The Hindustan Times. Most recently, he has brought his talents to editing a new exciting journal called India's World, which I can only warmly recommend. And this all makes him one of the most prominent voices in India's foreign policy and security policies. I'm very happy to have you here today. To my left, we have Mohamed Kasimci. He's a geopolitical consultant at Global Compass. He was a senior diplomat for South Africa for over 26 years. He served as deputy ambassador to Germany from 2016 to 2020, and prior to that served abroad in Washington, D.C., Uganda, and Senegal. He worked as the director on the European Union and African Union desk at the foreign minister. And prior to joining the foreign ministry, he's practiced as an advocate in South Africa. Currently, he's a research associate at the Center for African Studies and mentor at the Blavatnik School of Government at the University of Oxford. He's an associate fellow at the British Foreign Policy Group and serves on the advisory board of the South Africa Chamber in the UK. He thus brings to our panel an outstanding expertise on South African, but also European foreign policy and their regional and global relations and today's geopolitics at large. So very welcome and thanks for being here. Last but definitely not least, I would like to welcome Dr. Hürcan Asli Aksoy. She's the head of the Center for Applied Turkey Studies at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs, the SWP, in Berlin. Her main research interests include Turkish domestic politics, Turkey in the Middle East and Africa, and Turkey-EU relations. She has researched and published on democratization and autocratization, state-society relations, and gender and politics in relation to Turkey and the Middle East. Before joining CATS, she was a research associate at the Chair of Middle Eastern Politics and Society at the University of Erlangen-Nuremberg. She will be able to provide us key insights into the interests, desires, and challenges for a prominent state that has previously expressed its intention to join BRICS, which may provide also a novel perspective to the conference today. And a state that is also caught in between NATO, EU, Russia, BRICS. So thank you very much for being here and providing this perspective. So as in the previous rounds, we will start with some questions from me, but I strongly encouraged our panelists to also engage with one another, so please don't be surprised if that happens. And I also wanted to include the audience more extensively, so again, please have your questions ready, as in the previous panels. I very much look forward to your input. Okay, so we'll start with Mohammed. So in how far, looking at the BRICS and all the challenges we've discussed today, in how far is BRICS really part of the global and regional security strategies of South Africa? And what does this mean for both its southern African neighbors, so its traditional allies and partners, but also its partners in Europe? Or more generally, what opportunities and challenges does BRICS provide, especially for a smaller BRICS like South Africa in terms of its security interests?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Miriam, and thank you for the invitation. It's wonderful to be back in Germany and in Hamburg, beautiful city of Hamburg. I think I brought some of the sunshine as well, which is which is good. Thank you. I was really interested by what Professor Paquet had said earlier on, and he raised two very important points. One is no longer viable to ignore BRICS. And the other is the issue of strategy. Now, I may disagree with my colleague from the Foreign Ministry. I didn't normally disagree with you when I was a diplomat, but now I can. I have the license. And I think that's such important points, because if you look at BRICS, it's over 46% of the population, 36% of global trade, 30% of goods and services moving between countries, and GDP. So I think to ignore something so substantial would actually be not in any country's national interest. But more importantly, I think why we can't ignore it is because if we look at the present geopolitical situation, we've moved from a kind of bipolar world order, unipolar world order. Now we have something called multipolarity, but a very strange type of multipolarity, because it's not an equal, it's asymmetrical. Different countries having different strengths. Now, how do you respond to that? Well, countries have responded by basically enhancing their bilateral relations in order to compensate, because no country is a hegemonic power. The United States is powerful, but there are other countries that are also challenging that. So in order to respond to that, countries then start forming alliances through bilateral relations, start to enhance blocs. We see the EU strengthening. We see the regional comprehensive partnership in China. We see the Shanghai Cooperation Council. But also they start forming minilateral organizations. And I think this is important, Miriam, and to the panel, because we've seen Quad, we've seen AUKUS, we've seen BRICS, we've seen G20. These are strong minilateral organizations. But going forward, I was very keen when I saw the former foreign minister of Germany, Guido Westerwelle, whom I met in Pretoria when he met our minister. And he had already recognized this in 2011. And if you think that BRICS started 2009, where he mentioned BRICS, and he mentioned the idea that the West no longer holds the baton in terms of influencing global policy, and that's important for Germany then to reach out not only to traditional partners, but to new partners in the global South. And coming from the UK as well, and I'm very pleased to see my colleague here from the British Embassy in Berlin, because Foreign Secretary Lammy also said in terms of the global South, it's time to respect the global South. The time for lecturing is over. It's time for mutual beneficial partnerships. Now, where I'm getting to is that there has been dialogue about BRICS being anti-West, alternative to the West, and I believe these kind of generalizations are a bit dangerous. It may come later. One cannot predict how these countries evolve, what happens, but as it stands and as I see the immediate future, it's very important that we see them as complementing the existing world order. There is no intention, I've never seen a single communique that says we should disband the UN, we should disband Bretton Woods, we should go against the West. It's more about, can we have an equal voice in these institutions? And President Ramaphosa said very clearly, individually we are a diverse set of countries. We have different histories, different strengths, different values. But together, we bring the benefit of cooperation as opposed to competition. So I think in looking at BRICS, we got to get the lens correct, because that will help us with our analysis in how we relate to BRICS. Now coming to security, and that was your question, but I wanted to just sort of sketch a context. We find that during the first summit in Russia in 2009, there was hardly any mention of security, because the pillar was mainly economic development. We were coming out of the financial crisis of 2006. And so as BRICS progressed, we suddenly found in Russia, the BRICS summit held in Russia, suddenly security issues started to come on board as part of the second pillar. So you had the pillar of economic development, you had the pillar of security, and then you had a pillar of people-to-people cooperation. And subsequent BRIC summits have then taken on security. But when you talk about security, Miriam, what is also interesting is, and I think I once again allude to President of South Africa, not because I represented that, because I think he mentioned something which was important. And he said the idea of security cooperation is to build mutual trust between the BRICS countries and to bring about practical cooperation. But he said something more important, because while reading the communiques, we're able to distinguish between hard security, which I call, maybe there's a better word that analysts can come up with, and soft security. So the hard security are the conflict issues, interstate conflict, but the soft ones are basically money laundering, illicit financial dealings. There's terrorism, there's issue of warfare in space. So it's a very broad concept of security. For South Africa, it's very important because BRICS has affirmed and confirmed that it should be African solutions to African problems. So it's not imposing the will of Russia or China or any of the other countries onto Africa, but Africa will lead. And in this respect, if you take the Johannesburg summit and especially the Durban summit, the issue of security in Africa became quite strong, Miriam, in that way. And there's reference to DRC, there's reference to Sahel, there's reference to Sudan, there's reference to Ethiopia, the Horn of Africa. So suddenly African agenda items, security items, including Mozambique. But further than that, there's also the foreign ministers meeting of BRICS that talk about security. But there's also an unusual aspect of BRICS is that you have the deputy ministers and the special envoys for the Middle East. That came about during a summit because of the Libya issue. So BRICS has been responding to different situations as they come about. So definitely there's a lot of emphasis now on security in each of the conferences, and followed by the theme of using the UN as a primary vehicle for the maintenance of peace and security. So the themes tend to be on development, the themes tend to be on security, the themes tend to be on multilateralism. So it's a very important part, especially coming from the African continent, and with 90% of issues on the UN Security Council being African conflict issues. So I thought I'll just give you a try.
Thank you very much. Hürcan, I think it would be very interesting for us to hear about what you can tell us about the kinds of calculations Turkey makes, also considering recent events both in Turkey but also in the rest of the world, Ukraine, US, Gaza. How does it balance its position in NATO with its sort of courtship, I would call it, to BRICS? How does that work, and what are the calculations behind that, specifically in terms also of its security relations, but also more broadly, obviously?
I mean, Mo has already touched upon why BRICS is important. And Ankara has mainly two motivations. The first one is geopolitical calculations, and the second one is the economic calculations. I mean, if you look at the, look at the mindset in Ankara. So it is, they believe that the liberal world order is declining and multilateral institutions are also in decline. And the national sovereignty, military might, strategic autonomy has become more important, becoming more and more pronounced. And we have seen also in Turkey's foreign policy approach to different regions, but also in its relations with the West. And the idea, I mean, the Turkey's leadership has this very firmly rooted in their minds that the West is in decline. And they think if they act strategically autonomous, it will give Ankara more leverage on not only in its own region, but on the global level as well. That's why we have seen in the last 15 years that Turkey always says we act upon our national interests, and we have our own understanding of strategic autonomy. They favor different partners and alliances, and it is kind of, but still maintaining its very firmly its relations with the West. That's what we call as a balancing act, right? And President Erdogan, he's a very pragmatic leader, and he sees geopolitics as a constant hedging between the superpowers. And if it is the right time, he tries to play them against each other, but not always very successful. And BRICS is clearly one of the instruments. And in November 2024, Turkey has applied BRICS for membership, but has been offered just the partner country status. And I couldn't really find if the parliament has approved that. I mean, it stayed on the rhetorical level. But if you look more closely, Turkey's BRICS membership or quest for membership serves mainly as a bargaining chip. In talks with NATO, in talks with the EU, Turkey flirts with BRICS, but also with the SCO, Shanghai Cooperation. It's not a reorientation of its foreign policy, but it's rather an attempt that Turkey or Ankara expands its strategic choices. Because if you look at the last 10 years of Turkish foreign policy, you see that Turkey has very serious trust issues, because it feels like that Ankara has been left alone, and the West, European partners, American partners do not really understand what Ankara's national interests are and security interests are. But at the same time, what makes Turkey very important is its NATO membership. So without NATO, Turkey wouldn't be that powerful and could weigh in its own region. So the second reason was economic reason, because we see the economic situation is quite bad in Turkey, and the Western partners are also losing their trust. They need more investment, foreign direct investment, and technology transfer, so on and so forth. And BRICS is kind of like, it's an alternative. But compared to BRICS, I mean, despite all what we are reading in German media or international media, Turkey is economically intertwined with European Union. It's still 60% of its whole trade. And I just looked at BRICS is far less. Of course, you have to count Russia, because Turkey and Russia have very close relations, especially in the energy sector. But Turkish president has said in October 2024, Ankara sees the BRICS groups as an opportunity to further economic cooperation with member states, but not as an alternative to its Western ties and NATO membership. But you see in the last couple of 3 years that there is a rhetorical zigzag. But especially after Trump's the second Trump administration, and that Ankara sees Europe needs Turkey as a security partner, then you see now you can't do without us. So Turkey just continues to, to act strategically, like I did. I sit between India and South Africa, if you want. This is exactly what Turkey is doing. So, but of course, Ankara knows very well that Europe needs Turkey in migration, in trade, in energy, and in defense. Because I'm pretty sure you're tired of hearing this and reading about it. Turkey has the second largest army after the US in NATO. Turkey has 400,000 active soldiers and can mobilize 400,000 more. And its defense industry is extremely fastly moving. And not only Turkish arms defense industry has been selling these very famous drones to Ukraine and African countries and in the Middle East, but also to European Union member states such as Poland and Romania. And there is a huge interest in that. And since the very famous Munich Security Conference, Ankara was kind of clapping hands to just enter to the, we are here and we are ready to do everything. But we will probably come to that. But what does that mean? But at the end of the day, Turkey sees BRICS just for, as an instrument to show that for its balancing act and strategically moving, but it's still anchored in the Western alliance.
Okay, thank you very much. We move on to Hebimon. I mean, we've heard this already before. There was a question on that. So for many in Europe, especially India's position in relation to China is somewhat puzzling and wrought with simultaneities that somehow we cannot seem to accommodate in our mind. So there are ongoing, even if currently diminished tensions at the border. At the same time, there's cooperation within BRICS that intensifies. So what does BRICS mean to India, especially in its security relations vis-à-vis China, knowing that, I mean, I've looked into Indian foreign policy for quite a time now. China is front and center to all of its security interests. So what does it really mean to that? And now I want to add a question. Would India have reacted differently in the Ukraine crisis were it not for its membership in BRICS? It's sort of double questions.
Thank you, Miriam, for that question. It's good to be back to Hamburg. I have to say that I come from 36 degrees, so some of the sunshine is because of me. I'm going to start by asking you a few questions. But don't worry, I'll answer the questions myself. The first question really is this: can BRICS make world a peaceful place? I don't think so. Can BRICS help shape a new world order? I doubt it. Can BRICS mediate in global conflicts? I don't think so. Can they agree on security, geopolitics, global south, trade? I doubt it. Do they agree on global governance? I doubt it. As an expanded minilateral arrangement, can BRICS help in supply chain resilience, creating trusted supply chains? I doubt it. Do they trust each other? I doubt it. India and China, do they trust each other? No. Russia and China? I doubt it too. I've been to Russia in the recent past, also to Ukraine, just to clarify. And I know the feelings in Russia. It's not all that positive and warm feelings towards China. Do India and Iran trust each other? Not so much. So what do they agree on? if they really don't agree on any of these things, I may be exaggerating my point to make a point. What do they agree on? I think they agree about others, not about themselves. What is it that they agree on? BRICS primarily is the function of a sentiment about the dominance of the global north over the global south. So it's basically a reactive platform. One of the founding principles of BRICS is to say that the developing countries of the global south deserve a voice on the global scenario. That's basically what it is. So it's a reactive platform. It is basically telling you what we don't like, what we want to. Do they have a positive agenda? From time to time, yes. But do they have a consistent positive agenda? I don't think so. Now that takes me to the larger question that you asked about India and China. That's precisely the problem. Here are two countries who are not necessarily the best friends of each other, but they find themselves next to each other. They are part of BRICS, they are part of SCO, they are part of several other smaller, confabulations, as it were, but there is no necessary trust. So I don't think, therefore, China and India and Russia are going to change the world for the better. But I think the relationship that India and China share is a little more complicated than that, let's say. In my mind, I'm quite clear, and I've written about it very frequently, that China is India's #1 strategic challenge. There's no doubt about that. Some people agree with that, some people don't agree with that. I don't know what you think about it in Europe. But this is a challenge that India needs to defend against. China is also India's biggest trading partner. This is a trading partner that you have to cultivate, that you have to be careful what you do business in. Not all technology is good, not all FDI is good, not all trade is good. So we've got to be careful as to what kind of trade that we do with China. China is also a country with whom we have no choice but to converse on certain issues of global governance. Sometimes it is about climate change, sometimes it is about terrorism, sometimes it is about regional security order, etc. So this is a complicated relationship. Now, and therefore the premise of your question, basically you have these two countries who have competing objectives and rivalries. Can they create a forum, which is BRICS, which is going to make the world a better place? I don't think so. So that's my quick answer to you. You know, I just want to sort of come to this point that Mohammed made, which is you can't ignore BRICS. And my sort of beef with that is you can't ignore the BRICS countries. You can ignore the BRICS, as it were. You can't, they're too big to be ignored, so you can't ignore the countries. What you can't ignore is the underlying sentiment that the BRICS represents, which is about the fact that there are certain arguments about climate change funding, about global institutional restructuring, about debt restructuring, etc., etc. Those things will have to be taken on board and will need to be given attention and consideration. As a bloc, can BRICS be ignored? To begin with, BRICS as a bloc is not of any great strategic consequences, if you ask me.
Okay, I think you may come into that before I ask one more question and then open it up to the audience.
Well, we are in the moot court, so yeah. I mean, obviously, I come from a completely different viewpoint, and I respect what you say. And I think as diplomats, we never say no, no, no. We'll say perhaps, perhaps, perhaps. So, but I think as a bloc, it is consequential, and it's got to be taken seriously. I think sometimes people make the error, not in your case, so due respect. I think they kind of look at BRICS and look at the communiques, but there's a lot more that goes on behind the scenes as well. It's just not a geopolitical G7 type of organization. It has many, many technical committees dealing from terrorism to space cooperation, to business cooperation, to parliamentary cooperation, and it's really grown. If you look at the outcomes document from Kazan, and the annual report, it just shows the number of entities that have come out of BRICS and the cooperation that goes on on that level. In terms of geopolitically, if these BRICS countries, and assuming Saudi Arabia takes their seat, the bloc that they will form at the UN, if they're able to consult and come up with a certain degree of consensus, places a huge influence in terms of the decision-making at the UN. So I think as a bloc, they do play a very powerful role. They play a powerful role in terms of trade. Trade with each other has grown by 56% since 2017 to 2022. I think on climate change, on the major issues that are impacting on the world, BRICS as an organization, because as countries they are heterogeneous, they are complete, they have their own interests, they're engaged in non-alignment, some are aligned, some are in conflict with Europe. But I think if they come together, Indonesia has now become a BRICS member. And they clearly said that our purpose of becoming is to have a voice somewhere else, to have influence somewhere else. And countries are diversifying their interests. For example, what has happened with the global trade war and the sort of weaponization of trade, countries even in the West are going to be looking to BRICS in order to diversify their trade as well. So I think BRICS is going to become even more important than it was before. So we will come back in 5 years' time, Jacob, and hopefully there'll be the same audience will be here, and they can then decide which part is the correct one. And I hope in the meantime, there is a strategy on the table, and I think BRICS is something that you just can't ignore. And if you do ignore, I think from a diplomatic perspective, having watched my colleagues involved in this organization, having seen the outcomes, having understood and listened in meetings with government ministers and foreign ministers, I think it's a bloc that's giving the Global South hope. It's giving the Global South energy. It's providing a platform for them. And how it is used, obviously, it's going to determine how powerful it becomes as a bloc. But I think it will lead to a better world, a more cooperative world. And even if there are conflicts between India and China, we know after the last summit, the leaders then got together to see whether they can find common ground. So I think it acts as a pressure group. I mean, if Saudi Arabia takes its seat, it's playing a major mediating role in the Ukraine conflict. I mean, suddenly we have different players there, the UAE. So I think, you know, and if Turkey comes in, you then have a NATO member that's part of BRICS as well. So I'll leave it at that in this moot court. That's my point of view. Thank you very much.
Okay, looking at the time and that we've been here quite a while, I have a few questions, but I would like to open it up already for a first round from the audience. Yeah.
Should I wait for a microphone?
Sorry to spring that up onto, yeah.
Yes, hi, my name is still Nico, still with the Asia Society, hasn't changed. Very quick question to Habiman Jacob. You said that BRICS as an institution, as an organization could be ignored, and I would want to challenge that with the example of the recent India-China, let's call it a de-escalation at the border, which happened not at the BRICS summit in Kazan, but immediately before that. So wouldn't that be an example that BRICS as a platform can play in a limited way a positive role and, you know, can make at least this part of the world at least temporarily more secure?
Hi, my name is Julia, and I work for Körber Foundation. And I'm sorry that as a European, I now ask a question on Ukraine war. I know that many of my colleagues in the Global South are tired that we Europeans always put that issue on the table. Still, I have an interest in asking you something, which is, 3 years ago, the Indian foreign minister had this very famous sentence when he said that Europe's problems are not the world's problem. And kind of told us that we should basically take care of it ourselves, of the war in Ukraine. Now I've recently been to India, and I've heard some of the Indian officials say that one of the key priorities, or maybe the key relation to watch, is the relationship between Russia and Europe, the US and Russia, the US and Europe, because it's key to so many others. What will happen in Ukraine is key to so many other relationships globally. So I noticed that there might be a change in this analysis that the Ukraine war is exclusively a European problem. Now I would like to know from the three panelists what they can say about this from their country's perspectives. Thanks.
There was one more question there at the back, and then we'll come back. Yeah, one more question in the back, and then we'll come back to the panelists.
Okay, hello, my name is Erica. I'm an independent researcher from Brazil, actually. And my question is really simple, but a bit of a provocation. And do you, for all the panelists, do you think that instead of making the world more secure, do you think BRICS can make the world less secure in terms of a threat to, I don't know, the hegemony of other countries that have claimed to be hegemonic for so long? Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Let me just latch on to that. What's going to happen if and when China does something about Taiwan? You know, something unfriendly. Okay. Who would like to go first? Yeah, please.
Sure. Thank you. You know, this question about India and China making peace with each other, or trying to make peace with each other, trying to talk to each other, this has nothing to do with BRICS. Will India and China or the BRICS countries trade with each other irrespective of BRICS? With or without BRICS? Yes, they will trade with each other with or without BRICS. Has BRICS as a platform created peace between India and China? No, it hasn't. It hasn't created peace. It hasn't. BRICS is not something that moves the relationship between India and China, in my understanding. BRICS exists, and the India-China rivalry exists, India-China complications exist. So for me, BRICS is somewhere out there that has no real-life, lived consequence for India-China relations on a daily basis. Let me come to Julia's question about this point that Foreign Minister Jaishankar made, that West has a feeling that what happens to it has consequences for others, and what happens in other parts of the world has no consequence for Europe. And you just linked that to the question on India's keenly looking at what's happening in Ukraine, how the war is going to end, because it will have implications for India and the geopolitics in the region. Actually, what India is looking at is not really what happens to Ukraine. I'm sorry to put it that way, but what India is looking at is how the great power competition between the United States and Russia is going to pan out. And that will have implications for transatlantic relationship. That will have implications for the European balance of power. That's what India is going to look at, because it will have implications for China-Russia relations. And if Russia loses the war, and if China comes on top, it's going to be a problem for India. That's what India is looking at. So the outcome of the war per se is not of great consequence to India. What is of consequence is what happens thereafter in terms of great power politics. The last question that was asked about, will the BRICS make the world less safe, secure? I mean, it doesn't make a difference to me, because I don't think BRICS as a platform, as a forum, is of any great global consequence. So that question should be answered by Mohammed, perhaps, not me. But just to come back to this point about Taiwan. China, if China decides to invert Taiwan, that's on China, not on BRICS.
Okay. Let's pass on the baton to Mohammed, and then John.
Try and be very short. In fact, the Ukraine question is an interesting one, because it came up in the foreign ministers meeting where reference was made to Ukraine, and it was interesting how the language was kind of crafted. Where it recognized there was a conflict in Ukraine, which is good that BRICS actually recognized it, and it pushed the idea that there should be a peaceful resolution to the issue without assigning any kind of blame or apportionment or to either side. So it's a very neutral statement, but it did encourage peace. So I think that in its sense is positive. I think the statement by the Indian Foreign Minister, when I heard what you said, I think it's sort of different from the African perspective. Because from the African perspective, there's a delegation that went to Russia. And the idea was it was a very assertive delegation, because it said that the continuation of the Ukraine war is impacting on food security on the continent and contributing towards underdevelopment, which then contributes to insecurity and so forth, and migration, and it just keeps moving down the line. So I think any war anywhere in the world impacts globally. I don't think you can isolate wars and say it does not impact. So I thought those are the two main issues. But I think the final point, and it's worth thinking about as we go forward, is that we have in BRICS, and you put it correctly, Jacob, that you need to look at BRICS as an organization and its members as separate members within that organization, each one having their own dynamic. So they'll attend a BRICS meeting and there could be a conflict the next week. But there seems to be a healthy respect of solidarity, that they don't bring in their respective issues into the organization, which is a good thing, because the organization then acts as a pressure on them to sort their differences out in some way or the other, whether through the communique or symbolically in that way. So I think there is an important distinction because countries will operate non-aligned, multi-aligned, or in their own ways. But I think it does provide a very special type of influence. Thank you.
I mean, Turkey looks completely different because it's not a member, so it plays a completely different role in that sense. But you know, like Ukraine war definitely has a huge impact on Turkey because Turkey first wants to play a mediator role, and Turkey does not want Russia, which is a loser. But Turkey does not want Ukraine, which is a loser. So it has to keep the balance there, because if Russia loses, then NATO will be too strong, or Western allies will be too strong. Ankara doesn't like it. If Ukraine loses, Russia will be very powerful. Ankara doesn't like it. So that's why I keep on balancing act. But combining this to the question to will the world be less secure with BRICS? I mean, aren't we in the less secure world anyway? So can it go even further? Yeah, okay, if China really enters Taiwan. And Turkey knows that very well and tries to just act according all these what's happening. And like, I think I lie between these two arguments, because if I look how Turkey developed its relation during the conflict in Syria by establishing Astana, for example, it's a completely like ad hoc institution, and they managed actually for like 7-8 years to stop the conflict the way they thought, right? Russia and Iran and Turkey. So if BRICS decides in 5 to 10 years to develop itself as a real security, which is right now it seems impossible, but if they decide and develop certain mechanism that you mentioned, it can. If Turkey is going to be there, I doubt it, because like I said at the beginning, NATO is the main anchor. NATO membership is what makes Turkey very strong. But right now, everyone thinks that Turkey is a key player in Syria, Turkey is a key player in Ukraine, Turkey is very important for the future European security order. Everything is true. But at the same time, especially after the US administration has talked directly to Moscow by sidelining not only Europe and Turkey, we hear now also some voices what's going to happen, because Turkey can also be sidelined, although it has been really betting on become very important. So.
Thank you very much. This is super interesting. We have 2 more questions here on the left side. Maybe just raise your hands again. Yeah, please.
So, okay. Thomas Schneider, German Association for Security Policy. I would like to allow me to modify the question. Will BRICS make Africa more secure, having in mind that back in 2023, under the presidency of South Africa, President Ramaphosa claimed that up to 40 African states have applied for membership. And given the current situation, the political and military situation in Africa, a lot of problems, particularly if you look into the issue between Egypt and Ethiopia in terms of the Nile issue. So maybe on a bilateral basis, and both are now BRICS members, the situation might calm down. But with regard to the other up to 40 states in Africa, would the BRICS have a similar positive effect, having in mind that the African Union is hardly in a position to bring peace to the African nation? So, Ambassador, that's my question, particular to you.
Okay, well, we'll take the second question there as well, same row.
Okay. My name is Ghazem Ruhi. I'm the founder of the knowledge magazine Iran Infos 360 Degrees, with the slogan "From Ancient Persia to Free Iran." I have no question. I have a comment. I do not agree that BRICS is an organization. I do agree that BRICS is a reactive platform. And we also heard about this, that, for example, Indonesia, why they have the motivation to be a member of BRICS, is that they want to, there is somewhere that they can hear their voice. But my question is, if BRICS is not a question, why I don't believe that BRICS is not an organization, because what are the common goals of BRICS? What are the common goals? Thanks.
Okay, if there are one more question? No, yeah, there.
Hi, my name is David. I have a question to Dr. Aksoy. So you talked about Turkey's, yeah, of course, sorry. You talked about Turkey's larger strategies. And before that, in another previous panel, we talked about more stability due to less democratic structures. And now we see sort of a potential change in Turkey's government. So I wonder what could potentially change if, well, the government of Turkey changes. So what is sort of the position of potential oppositions in Turkey?
Okay, let's maybe start with the question on Africa, and will Africa be more secure because of the BRICS?
Yeah, I think in this respect, if you got Ethiopia and Egypt, and there's been disputes over the Nile and over water. So the idea is that if they're in a common organization, there would be an opportunity for dialogue to meet, whether that can have the impact, again, as we were discussing, how countries' bilateral relations, bilateral tensions can actually be neutralized within the BRICS organization is something that is still worth investigating, more in terms as a pressure point as opposed to actually bringing the countries closer together. So it'll act as an influence. We are sitting here together. We've got to talk about peace and security in Africa so that countries can then go and reflect on it and then decide how they want to manage that. But obviously, a lot of the peace issues in Africa are managed by the AU Peace and Security Council. They manage highly effectively by the regional organizations, whether it's SADC. And yes, they may not have the outcomes because some of these challenges are quite complex. But I think they do play a role, for example, in Mozambique. So BRICS will reflect upon some of the challenges, they'll reflect some of the successes and some of the initiatives. And that has come out very, very clearly in a number of the communiques, especially recently, and in terms of the Johannesburg communique of 2023. So whether other countries in Africa come in, Nigeria and so forth, but I think it will play a positive impact. But BRICS will be seen to be complementary, not the main driver of peace in Africa. That will come from within Africa itself. It will be spearheaded through the United Nations and the relationship between the AU Peace and Security Council and the United Nations. So I think that's what's important. Just one about BRICS being reactive, I think that's not correct from where I'm sitting. I think in terms of the development bank and the amount of funds that has been dispersed, the infrastructure projects that have come about in terms of building of bridges and roads and so forth. So I think there's a definite move towards trying to also look at the developmental agenda of BRICS and to see how that can improve some of the environments in which the BRICS countries operate. Thank you.
Okay. You want to come in?
Sorry, Miriam. I just wanted to say, because it's my last comment, to say I think you should be commended for hosting a BRICS event like this. Not many countries in the West have taken this issue on board. So I think this is very good leadership, and hopefully it's a start of something greater. So thank you very much, and to yourself, Professor Bakay.
If I understood the question correctly, if the government changes, or you mean the changes, political developments at the moment?
I mean, I was asking this question in reaction to recent developments in Turkey. So I mean, we were in a previous panel talking about like very stable, less democratic countries, and that these countries in particular have the ability to plan more in advance, which is not possible in many democratic countries because there's much more change basically.
I mean, you mean like the Turkey as being an authoritarian and stable country under Erdogan, but now there are protests.
Yeah,
right?
I wonder basically what could change with another government in Turkey, since Turkey is so important for Europe. That is sort of relevant to me.
I doubt there will be a change of government, so that's why I'm trying to understand. So if you asked me this question 2 years ago, right before the presidential and parliamentary elections, I would have probably answered it differently. I mean, not differently, but if you look at just forget about the domestic developments. Yes, there is a political science theory that authoritarian countries can be very stable, but they can be also very instable. And Turkey is such that one, because Turkey does not have resources. Turkey is not Russia, Turkey is not Venezuela, not Saudi Arabia. So it is an export-oriented country like Germany, and if things go wrong, politics can go wrong. This is exactly what we're seeing with those protests. But if there would have been a change in government, I don't know which direction you mean, but I guess this is if the main opposition party wins, right? The Republican People's Party, which is secular, has not been in power for more than 40 years now. And in the foreign policy issues, they would not be that different than the AKP, because what people are always forget about in Europe, also especially also in Germany, like if other actors will come to power, they will act completely differently. But the thing is, Turkey is in Syria. Turkey is also very engaged in Africa. Turkey is a NATO member. These things are not going to change. And a new government cannot immediately change all these foreign policy issues. What will change is the rhetoric. So we will have more Western-friendly rhetoric under another government, more open, pushing more for membership, although everyone knows here and there that Turkey is not going to be a member of the EU. So I am not a representative of any government. I'm a researcher, and I say we are not going to see the day when a European decision maker says this Turkey is not going to be a member, nor we are going to hear it from the Turkish side. They agreed on disagreeing about that. But like I said, if there will be another government, the rhetoric will change. It really depends not on Turkey, it really depends on what priorities Germany, EU, the US has, how will they position themselves, and then Turkey will also position accordingly. So,
please.
Thank you. You know, if the argument is that BRICS doesn't function, I mean, there was a question earlier in the day, if BRICS doesn't work, why are people rushing towards BRICS? Why is there a rush to join the BRICS? A lot of countries waiting to join the BRICS. Nothing is happening there, but why is this rush? You know, I have this atheist friend who says there is no God, and one day I saw him going to the church. So I asked him, why are you going to the church? He said, just in case, you never know. You know, global geopolitics is in such flux that multilateralism is failing, global governance is failing. So countries are trying to sort of join the groups that they think will probably emerge, you know, and will be able to do something in terms of global governance one day or the other. I think that to me explains the rush. But let me, you know, more seriously, you have a situation where multilateralism is failing. You have a situation where people think that there is an emergent multipolarity in the international system, and perhaps minilateralism is on the rise, and minilateralism is multipolarity through the back door. So, the more minilaterals exist, you get the feeling that there is an emergent multilateralism in the international system. I think that probably in some ways what explains the rush towards BRICS. There is as I said, widespread geopolitical uncertainty. You never know whether the US-led international order is going to sustain itself. What's going to happen, say, 2 years from now? We don't know what's going to happen, say, 1 month from now. So I think in such geopolitical uncertainty, it is natural for countries to sort of look at potential forums which they think will cater to some of their needs. That, to my mind, explains the rush towards joining the BRICS as a forum.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to come up with one final question as well, and it's going to be a little bit pessimistic, but I'll still ask you to answer briefly. So a few of you have mentioned trust. Trust is a big issue, and presumably, in order to solve some of our most existential crises, there needs to be trust. So will developed countries actually pay for climate finance? Will some countries stop invading other countries? So there needs to be, and also to solve this crisis, we need trust. And this builds a little bit on the comment that BRICS is a symptom of something. So if everybody starts being multi-aligned, and so keeps options open, what does this do to trust and our ability to solve existential security crisis? And what role, obviously, does the BRICS play as a symptom of these multi-alignments issues?
Okay, I'm going to go philosophical now. I'm sure many of you know of the quotation by Antonio Gramsci. Should I use it? When the old is dying and the new is yet to be reborn, there are morbid consequences. So basically, that's where we are in the world today. So it's in a state of flux. And when I was writing an article, I also tried to be more optimistic and look forward, because we have a habit of looking at the present and seeing the dangers in the present, but not looking at what the future may hold, and we plan as if this is going to be the future. Out of the ashes of World War II, we ended up with the EU and many, many, many decades of peace and stability in Europe. It took suffering, it took a lot of pain. But I think we're also going through a period of a lot of pain. People are feeling it, the cost of living crisis, wars. We had COVID, so we've had so-called black swan events. So the question is, what will shock us into moving in a direction where humanity starts to realize again that it's through cooperation and a cooperative spirit that everyone will live in peace, and that the future generations will inherit something that's much better. So I think this is the philosophical approach I take to what is going on, as opposed to sometimes getting stuck in the very rational, cold data type of information. So I thought I'd share that. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah. So he stole my line. But all right. I think trust is quite important, and why Ankara acts like this is really it lost its trust. It has also, no one trusts Ankara. That's the biggest struggle if you look at from Ankara towards Europe, towards West, but also to non-West, right? That's one of the problem, the trust issues. Therefore, if, like I am working for the SWP and, where should we start? This is one of the biggest questions, and I say to diplomats, you are paid for it. I'm not, but let me give you, trust is that important that you should start these high-level dialogues. For example, Turkish foreign minister has been invited to different peaks in the last one and a half month. That's important. But at the same time, I have to also say that the trust has to be built up. And what's happening now in Turkey does not reflect that. So it doesn't give that Turkey can be a trusted actor, because it's becoming more and more authoritarian. So, and I have been also warning in my analysis or in my interviews lately. And I think a peaceful situation and peaceful stand can only be guaranteed by trust building, cooperation, but you can be in competition while you are cooperating. And I think BRICS can be, from where I see, is one, experiment, I guess. And Turkey looks at it in that way.
Okay, thank you. And final word, happy one.
Thank you, Miriam. Clearly a philosophical question. You know, coming from where I come from, which is India, trust is something that is very difficult to come by in our part of the world. We are part of the SCO, we are part of BRICS, we are part of several of these minilateral arrangements with China. Do Indians trust China? I doubt it, I don't think so. So there's a trust deficit between these two countries. I don't disagree that you are seeing a mushrooming of minilaterals around the world, even in our own region. You have the SCO, the BRICS, the Quad, and the I2, U2, whatnot. A lot of these minilaterals, I think they're a symptom of the fact that we are looking for trusted partnerships, we are looking for trusted friendships, we are looking for trusted supply chains, etc., which is hard to come by. Having said that, do I look at the BRICS and say, here is a forum where there will be trust at some point of time among the participating countries? I doubt it. I don't think so. You know, the question that the other question that you raised about BRICS is a symptom of something else in world politics. Clearly, I think forums such as BRICS are basically telling you that there is a need for global governance, there's a need for organizations, institutions, and like-minded countries to look after global public goods, that as humanity we need to come together either at the global level or at the regional level. That is what the message is being conveyed through minilaterals such as BRICS. But again, I'm convinced in my mind that BRICS is probably not going to produce those public goods. I wish it did, but I don't think it will. Thank you. Back to you.
Okay, so please join me in thanking the panel. I think this was very interesting, and thank you very much to our hosts.
Thank you so much, Miriam Pries-Hansen. Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists for this really lively and really interesting discussion. And actually, I didn't expect to laugh that much on a panel on world security. So thank you so much. This is your applause. So, and we will come to our fifth and final panel for today, and it is on the topic, will BRICS or Trump reshape the world order? So we have made this program weeks ago, and yeah, on today's, if you have seen the news yesterday in the evening or today during the day, it is like, I'm really, really curious how this discussion will evolve, and I'm very happy to ask Dr. Hans-Dieter Holzmann from the Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung to the stage. He's the head of the project Mexico at Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung, and he will introduce the panelists to you. Welcome, Mr. Holzmann. You have a microphone.
Ich würde sagen, Herr Luxinger hier, dann Gunnar Wiegand und Professor. Perfect. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the last and final panel of our BRICS conference today. In the following hour, we will discuss the topic, will BRICS or Trump reshape the liberal world order? I think during the last hours of this conference, we were already able to listen to very inspiring panels, which each focused on a certain aspect of BRICS. Have it been the climate policy, the Brazilian BRICS presidency this year, doing business in Asia, the relationship of the G7 and security policy. Given this is the panel of the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation for Freedom as the liberal foundation in Germany, as a political foundation, we will try to broaden the picture now a little bit and discuss on this panel what all this that we actually have discussed so far and way more actually means and what we'll make out of it. So my objective is also on certain topics to dig a little bit deeper, but mainly to actually develop some key policy recommendations, what in Germany and in Europe we can do in these challenging times for the liberal world order. We'll discuss what that actually means, which is squeezed from two sides, from BRICS and the increasing relevance, as we have heard, of BRICS on the one side, and on the other side, obviously, day one after Liberation Day, whatever liberation means in that context. And therefore, I'm very curious to discuss the implications with our panel. I'm very pleased to welcome three distinguished panelists who will join me on this debate tonight, and all of them have one thing in common. They have a wealth of knowledge and experience in shaping and analyzing geopolitical and geoeconomic developments. First of all, let me welcome Nico Luxinger next to me. He's based in Zurich. I always find it in challenging times like this quite useful to have the perspective from Switzerland on certain topics. So try to bring that one in. Nico is since 2021 the Executive Director of Asia Society Switzerland, an organization he has worked for since its inception in 2016. Nico holds a Master in Liberal Arts in History and Economics from the University of Zurich and previously worked for the well-known Swiss newspaper Neue Zürcher Zeitung as a journalist, editor, and producer. He reported on issues like media and technology, and he does not only have an affection to technology from a journalist interest, but he is also a co-founder and CEO of the global entrepreneurial community Sandbox and ran Swiss business development and strategy for the Swiss startup Mila. Welcome, Nico. To the left of Nico, please let us join Gunnar Wiegand. He is based in Brussels, where he is nowadays a visiting distinguished fellow in the Indo-Pacific program of the German Marshall Fund. In addition, he is a visiting professor at the College of Europe in Bruges in Belgium and the Paris School of International Affairs. From 2016 to 2023, Gunnar served as the Managing Director for Asia and the Pacific at the European External Action Service, which is the external diplomatic service of the European Commission, the EEAS. Prior to that, Gunnar held various senior positions at the European Commission, including as Director for Russia, Head of Unit for Relations with the United States and Canada, and spokesman for EU Commissioner Lord Chris Patten. He holds a law degree from the University of Hamburg, here a home play, Gunnar, and a master's degree in international relations from the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies in Washington, D.C. And what many may not know, Gunnar has also a long-standing relationship with the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation for Freedom, where he worked as European Affairs Officer in the International Department during the years of change, 1987 to 1990, before moving to the European Commission. Two of his most recent publications were on the Russia-China relationship and what that means for European security, and on the EU's Global Gateway Initiative and its relationship to China's Belt and Road Initiative. Good to have you with us, Gunnar. And And last but certainly not least, I'm pleased to welcome to our panel Professor Dr. Karl-Heinz Paquet, the chairman of our foundation, the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation for Freedom, who doesn't need an introduction anymore because you had the pleasure already of his presence during the conference and the introductory remarks. Please welcome all our three panelists. To make this panel, after an already quite long but hopefully also interesting and rich conference, as interactive as possible, I've asked our panelists not to read out any pre-prepared official statements or run us through 100-page PowerPoint presentations. Rather, I will directly jump into asking each of them specific questions before we will open the floor to the questions from you, our esteemed audience. My first question goes to Nico Luxinger. Nico, given your Asia Society Switzerland background, China is often said to dominate BRICS, and we named it today several times the elephant in the room. Is China's influence in BRICS actually growing with the increasing number of members, or has China kind of become a victim of its own success? Because more and more member states are joining BRICS, but at the same time demanding also something, be it decision-making rights, and does this also not lead to a higher heterogeneity of interest among the BRICS members, which may dilute China's influence? What's your opinion?
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for sticking around for the 7th hour of BRICS conversations that I hope we can make as interesting as possible. Allow me, before I answer your question, just very briefly, one of the advantages of being on the last panel is that I have a running list from the last 4 panels of what BRICS is and what it isn't. It's really interesting. So BRICS is a bloc, but not an economic bloc, a club. It's not NATO. It's not an alliance. It's not the EU. It's a resource club. It's a symptom. It's an acronym. It's a region. It's a camouflage for Chinese ambitions. It's a hedging platform. It's friends with benefits. It's a minilateral. It's a sentiment. And if you want to apply the Gramsci quote that we got at the very end, it's also a morbid phenomenon. So I think at the end here we can say we clearly have a very clear idea what BRICS is. I'm hesitant to comment too much on the Chinese role after hearing so much already also from Yuka Kobayashi. The one thing that I think has not yet been mentioned today on China is that an interesting phenomenon of the BRICS constellation is that each member of BRICS trades a lot with China. They don't really trade a lot amongst each other. You'll remember the Brazilian ambassador saying that his country trades, I think it's $190 billion with the other 4 members. I looked it up. 150 billion of these are trade with China. So this fact, of course, gives China, I think, an outsized position within the group that doesn't, I think, fundamentally change with the expansion. It is the clear economic leader inside BRICS. I don't think it is the undisputed political leader. At least that's not how I see China sort of acting on the BRICS platform. It's not an unquestioned leader. There are obvious differences, as I think we've discussed today many, many times, between the way China sees the world and the way India and Brazil see the world. So China, in my understanding, was actually very happy with the expansion, was pushing for the expansion. I think the Chinese approach right now is to accept that BRICS is, again, we've heard this many times today, in a way a platform, let's say, with limited coherence. And I think there's very little that China can do to change that in the short term. So I think the strategy here is to not push for BRICS to become an incredibly strong and powerful force that agrees on as many things as possible. It is just to expand the footprint of the organization to its largest possible amounts. I think China is very, very happy for almost any other country to come and apply. And in China's point of view, this will, in the mid-run, help the organization. It will not make it more cohesive. But then again, it wasn't cohesive when there was just 5 of them, right? So I think even now with the recent expansion, they probably still cannot agree on many things, but they couldn't before. So I think now at least they can claim that they, Russia calls it, they have the global majority. We've heard the numbers today, 45% of the global population and so forth. So I think for China, the expansion is a net benefit.
Gunnar, a common denominator of the BRICS countries is they ask for a stronger representation of the global south. We heard today several times that one of the rationale actually for the foundation of BRICS, the Brazilian ambassador also mentioned it at the beginning in his speech, was that the countries had the feeling they did not have a sufficient representation given their relevance population-wise and GDP-wise. What suggestions do you have for reform of global governance in order to give at least the more Western-oriented BRICS member states a stronger role in multilateral institutions and bodies such as the United Nations, the World Bank, or the International Monetary Fund?
Yeah, I think that this was the most clear conclusion of many contributions today, that if there is one thing these very diverse members have in common, it is to be vindicative as regards the international system. There are clearly strong differences between Russia and Brazil, or between India and China, and so on. We have this, when you study the outcome documents, clear common wish to reform, not to revolutionize, but to reform the international system. That means the UN organizations, and the Bretton Woods institutions. And I do believe that we do have a co-responsibility for lack of listening and for lack of doing. And I think it was said by the representative from South Africa, it is time to respect the global South. And that, I would say, is the most important conclusion I draw from this, and I want to congratulate the Naumann Foundation for having put all of this together with GIGA and others. We have to take this far more seriously in very concrete terms, not to establish relations with an organization which doesn't exist and which is called BRICS, but to deal with the issues which are brought up as a common objective by the partners of BRICS. So the EU doesn't have a BRICS strategy. It's similar to the Auswärtiges Amt of Germany. But we have, of course, strong relations with each of those partners of BRICS, except with Russia. So we should discuss the key items which are bringing the BRICS partners together with South Africa, when we have a summit with South Africa, and with India, when we have a summit. Just now, a few weeks ago, the whole commission went to India and had a meeting for 2 days with the government of India. There have been many very concrete issues discussed and even agreed. So it's not an homogeneous bloc. Let's not make them a bloc, but let's take up the issues which bring them together. And that is, of course, easier with the democratic partners of that grouping than with the others. The commonality to change the global system is striking, but we have to do this in a serious way, not in a rhetoric way. I think we have far too long paid lip service to those wishes from what the Russian spokeswoman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs says. It's the global South and the global East which makes the global majority. Well, we should be careful that it doesn't become the global majority. We have, in fact, and I finish with this, as Europeans, particularly now with what is happening with the new leadership in the White House, we have as Europeans a message which we believe in sincerely, which is the same rules for everyone, big and small. Rule of law at home, rule of law internationally. Nobody wants to be an object of a great power which operates with might and wants to become part of a sphere of influence. That is the recipe for wars. That is imperialism. That is what brought Europe to shatters so often. This is a key message with which we can also win the global majority for our ideas. But then we have to be also sincere in following up and in reforming the international system.
Thank you, Gunnar. Professor Karl-Heinz Paquet, as a professor of economics and a liberal politician, you have closely followed the changes in the global economy for many decades. Are we currently, or literally since last night, experiencing the greatest crisis of the liberal world order that you have ever seen? Or do we tend to see current challenges always as more dramatic than historical ones?
Well, every generation thinks that the challenges that it faces are the most dramatic ones. I think this is maybe even a kind of human precondition to deal with the matters. But be that as it may, I would say we are in a deep crisis. But, you know, a little bit deviating from the main topic today, I wouldn't say that the deep crisis, at least in the field of economics and international trade, is due to BRICS. Not at all. You know, the BRICS countries, whatever their differences, except there may be a partial exception, Russia, but for the others, they're all deeply integrated into the world economy and are extremely interested in further deepening this integration. So the move away from globalization does not come from India, does not come from South Africa, does not come from China. They may be fiddling around a little bit with the WTO rules, but they are fundamentally dependent on their integration in the world economy. Where does the challenge come from? Well, we saw it last night. The challenge comes from the West, and in particular from the United States of America at the moment, because something has fundamentally changed over the last decades, and that is, of course, the economic rise of the global South and the relative decline, it's a relative decline, of the global North. And that, unfortunately, and I'm afraid I didn't forecast it, and I know hardly anybody who forecasted it, except Ralph Dahrendorf, the great German-British philosopher, liberal philosopher and sociologist. He said in the 1990s, I'm very much in favor of globalization, but be careful, I'm afraid. Globalization will be a painful process for the losers, the relative losers in the developed world. And that's exactly what happens. Who voted for Trump and who voted for his tough protectionism? Well, the American workers in particular. And now we are rubbing our eyes and see that he's doing what he announced, even in a worse form. And that is, of course, very dangerous. It is an undermining of the liberal order, which produced prosperity, which allowed for a global convergence to some extent of incomes, the rise of the global South, and he wants to turn back the clock. But, you know, in history, you can't, and in economics either, you cannot turn back the clock. And it's a mere illusion that America can regain its old-style industrial power in this world. The world will look differently economically. It will be fundamentally multipolar, both economically and politically. And we see a kind of defensive fight in America of the Trumpists, if you like, against this development. So it's dangerous. I'm not a pessimist. I cannot be a pessimist as a liberal. You know, I think history goes a little bit in waves. You have periods where you have this integration push, and you have consolidation periods. But we have to watch out. You know, in the 1920s and 1930s, we had a huge backlash. And we have to prevent this backlash. And so we have to think about how to react to this development. But maybe we'll come back to that.
In the second round of questions, I would like to dig a little bit deeper into the big elephant in the White House. And maybe the first question on this one to Nico. Donald Trump is threatening not only the Western world with tariffs, but it all started actually at the beginning of the year. And when we started preparing that conference, we obviously had no clue what would happen last night. But the initiative was Donald Trump threatened in January BRICS countries with punitive tariffs of up to 100%, which dared to consider replacing the US dollar by whatever, their local currencies, a BRICS currency, a cryptocurrency, whatever. So that was actually the starting point. So the conflict between Trump and BRICS. But on the other side, we have also seen over the last weeks a kind of a love affair between Trump and Putin, which even went as far as exchanging paintings as a gift, as we saw. In view of these quite remarkable and conflicting developments, do you expect an increase or decrease in geopolitical and geoeconomic systemic competition, Nico?
I mean, unfortunately, I think it's pretty clear that I struggle to see a scenario where we will see a decrease in geopolitical and geoeconomic competition in the near future. Referencing back to the previous panel, I think I'm with Happy Man Jacob there. I think that BRICS is making the world neither more nor less secure. So I think this is really, there are other forces at play here. It's not BRICS as an institution. It's obviously several countries that are part of BRICS. But I think there is we should say Trump threatens many countries and places, including those who are not actual countries, with tariffs on any given day. Many countries, including BRICS countries, were slapped on with tariffs yesterday. There was no BRICS-specific tariff rate, right? So they each got treated individually, which maybe also says something about Donald Trump's and the U.S. administration's view of BRICS. Also, it's the same as we have, is we go at the individual countries, not at the organization. But I do think there's a dynamic that is worth following. It's too early to tell whether it's really there, and is that Trump's actions and the US administration's actions right now have a series of consequences, and the very obvious one is that everybody is going to start looking for alternatives to dollar-denominated financial instruments. I don't think BRICS is about to start their own currency. I think if they tried, they would fail. That's not the realistic prospect, but it does mean that what I think has been, as early as mid-last year, described as a fairly far-fetched idea when people said the dollar's never gonna, it's always gonna be the global reserve currency, the status is never gonna change, and I don't think it's about to change dramatically, but I think this is actually now a cause that BRICS can sort of latch on to, because now this becomes not just the dissatisfaction and disillusionment of the BRICS countries. Now we have a much larger group of countries which suddenly become a little bit iffy about their dependence financially, economically, and otherwise on the US. So I think in some ways the Trump actions are good for BRICS. They're definitely not good for the world, but I think for giving BRICS sort of legitimacy and a cause to continue, that might actually be really, really helpful. I had analysts that I really trust tell me recently that he feels BRICS would have been all but dead had it not been for the election of Trump. That might be a little bit extreme, but I think there is definitely sort of a jolt of renewal going through the organization as a result of one of the many, many unintended consequences of the election of Donald Trump is that we now sit here and talk about BRICS.
That's true, Professor Paquet, and I congratulated the Brazilian ambassador that he only got punished with 10% as a BRICS member state, and poor Cambodia, 46%, we looked it up in the table. Gunnar, I have to ask you that question, given that you are now a diplomat in unrestful retirement, and you don't have to be the spokesman of what Ursula von der Leyen said from Uzbekistan on the Liberation Day, but you can freely speak, as a liberal hopefully anyway. How should Europe best deal with Trump, in your view? Negotiate deals, given that we know that Trump is a deal maker, or stick to a more value-oriented foreign policy and best European tradition?
First, before not being a spokesperson for Ursula von der Leyen, I wanted to take up what you said. Does it give a push for BRICS or not? Well, perhaps in ways which BRICS never thought it would do, because Trump is behaving in a way that he shows that he's highly critical of the existing international system, whether this is in the WTO, whether this is in the UN, whether this is with climate change. So he actually trumps all the BRICS criticism of the international system, which is a kind of support for BRICS, which BRICS never asked for, because BRICS wants to reform the international system but doesn't want to destroy the international system, which doesn't make the challenge for the Europeans any easier. And I would like to, without speaking for Ursula von der Leyen, recall that when she came into her first office as President of the European Commission, we had a long discussion with many ambassadors with her, and there were many colleagues who were showing some sympathy for the Chinese support for the international system, for the better functioning, and who were supportive of the criticism of Xi Jinping of Trump's behavior vis-à-vis the WTO. And then she said, let's not forget one thing, dear colleagues. We sit on the same side of the table as the United States. We sit on the side of the table of the Democrats, of the market economy people, and of those who have a military alliance. So we had already this at the end of the Trump 1 period, that many people were thinking that the Chinese were actually the better multilateralists than the Americans. With the current behavior, we may fast come back to this, even though we have the same system as the United States and even though we are military allies. The best criticism of the Trump policy I have seen today was a tweet, or an X, I guess one has to say, of the former vice president of President Trump. I retweeted it. Mike Pence said he has made the calculation what these reciprocal tariffs would mean for each US family. On average, at least $3,500 more expenditure per year, but likely up to $7,000. And he said this is the highest hike since the 1800s, totally unjustified, and totally overlooking that we had something called the Great Depression in the 1920s, when indeed so many countries were imposing high and higher protectionist tariffs on each other, which is what we are risking to do. So Europe will have to respond to all of this in measured ways, but in firm ways. I think von der Leyen found the right tone. It will be firm, it will be clear, it will be proportionate. We are talking here about counter tariffs of up to 26 billion euros to be confirmed in the Council. And what is very important, I believe, is that we are not just showing our readiness to negotiate under duress, but that we show that firmness of response as well, but that we add something which is something the Europeans are very bad at: communication, public communication, massive public communication. We have to win, we have to contribute to win the argument in the United States over the consequences of this for the US consumers, the US citizens, the US business. And we do have US business who tell us how bad all of this is for US industry, not necessarily for US IT companies, but for US industrial companies. And let's therefore convince people in the US, let's convince voters, let's convince Congress members that this is a very bad policy. Unfortunately, Europe doesn't have a good track record, nor has Germany a good track record. Perhaps the new chancellor will be more active on social media.
Maybe it doesn't even need the European communication to convince Americans. Maybe it's enough to look at their share prices and their pensions today. Actually, the markets have been down 3% in the US. The dollar lost at an exchange rate of 110 as the last I just saw. Markets obviously in Europe are also down in the same league. So it's not that the one wins but the other loses in such a trade war situation. The whole world is worse off. Professor Paquet, as an economist, what's your view on the right response to Donald Trump? Retaliation with countermeasures, even at the risk of a trade war, or negotiations on an equal footing?
Well, I personally am very close to what Gunnar Wiegand said. I would roughly recommend a two-tier strategy. On the one side, communication, really keeping the door open to the US, but with, of course, you need in trade negotiations, in any negotiations, you need a fallback position which improves your negotiation position. So this is a very delicate matter. We should, in any case, and as a foundation, I may say, we do this, keep up the communication, all communication channels in the US. That's a difficult, delicate situation, and there is no easy theoretical answer, you know. We don't know what's going to happen when genuine negotiations start, and whether Trump is ready to negotiate at all. But I think there is a second tier which is extremely important. You know, I'm sorry to say, but the United States is not the only important country in the world. There are other countries. It's a huge country. It has a very strong economy, and it's highly integrated. But there are other places in the world. And I would make a very strong and firm plea for trade integration anyway with the United States, or if they don't want, without the United States. Terribly sorry. There is Canada. There is Latin America. There is Africa. There is Asia. And there is, within Asia, there is not only China, but there are other countries which stand ready for integration. And Europe was much too reluctant in the past to take these opportunities. You know, Dr. Holzmann, your location is in Buenos Aires, and we are fighting together, as far as we can have any impact, for the Mercosur, the EU-Mercosur agreement. Why hasn't that come to, it has been negotiated for an extremely long period. And we should finally go ahead in Europe and open up the doors to the rest of the world. And let me say, make a forecast as an economist, you know, if Trump sticks to the guns in the way he does at the moment, America will lose out, you know, and there will be new divisions of labor in the world. They will intensify. They will get closer, and with political consequences, of course. And America, you know, we can't help them if they deliberately take the risk of other divisions of labor developing without recognizing that they will be the losers. I can't help them. So this has to be a a rephrased strategy in Europe to really look around in the world for appropriate partners, and I think many are standing ready. Europe is not without weapons in this respect. If I use the term weapon, which I don't like in trade, because everybody should be a winner in trade. But that's simply the fact at the moment, and this is why I would make a case for a two-tier strategy, but with more emphasis, if you like, on the constructive aspect of building new trade links.
Good, we make a deal. You want to co-comment, add a sentence on what Professor Paquet said, and to do me a favor, you will combine it with answering a question I have for you. I read with great interest the policy paper you wrote last year on the Global Gateway initiative, because you are deeply involved in the predecessor model, which actually then resulted into the Global Gateway strategy of the European Commission and the European Investment Bank. What role do you see for the Global Gateway strategy to use it as a key instrument to bind countries like Brazil, India, South Africa, which are mainly Western-oriented, closer to us, and where in your view is there's room for improvement? Because when I'm in Brazil, and I have discussions where one of the criticism is always compared to the Belt and Road Initiative. China brings funding, China is fast, China is often the only bidder actually that is available. Europe is not even to be seen. What is your guidance now from an outside-in view, how we could bring more speed on the highway when it comes to the Global Gateway strategy? Gunnar.
Thank you very much. I'm still in my cooling off period, so I'm not considered to be from the outside commenting on these things. But first on what Professor Paquet said, it's not that the EU will now discover free trade negotiations. The EU has 76 free trade agreements and is negotiating a series of more. And that means, contrary to the United States, which has abandoned free trade negotiations since Trump won, maybe they come back to it, but that doesn't look like it. The aim is to finalize the negotiations with India, BRICS country, by the end of this year. Was just agreed at the highest levels. I hope the trade negotiators can fulfill that target. We negotiate already for 7 years with Indonesia, another important partner, Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, and Mercosur, of course, is the top prize now. And I think the German new government will have to reach out to our French neighbors to make sure that they are not blocking for agricultural interests of France, that very important deal. The question about Global Gateway, well, that's a very tricky question.
That's why I ask it.
The Chinese are specialists of offering to all kinds of countries around the world money, not development aid, money, which means investments for the fast construction of infrastructure, which serves Chinese interests, from the raw materials and their transport to port infrastructure, to electricity infrastructure, and many other important developments, like, for example, digital infrastructure across Africa. They have been fast, they have been reliable, and they have been impacting, and the politicians of the countries in question are very happy in the first years. Because they can show that something's happening. With the Europeans, you have to negotiate over a long time the conditions for the engagement, and then at some point something is to be delivered, and it is never very clear how fast, and the Africans in particular, but also some Asians, are critical of that. I think we have made an effort, we are slowly improving, and we have now the Team Europe approach, which also you had referred to before. And that means that we operate together the EU level with the development aid with the member states. Plus we add the financing possibilities, so in other words also credits, both from European level and from national levels. And we have the firm intention to bring in much more private business. Until and unless Europe manages to bring in private business in these efforts, we will not win that competition with the Chinese, because they have far higher firepower. Since the BRI started in the year 2013, they have already invested more than $1.3 trillion. Our aim is to mobilize until 2027 300 billion euros altogether, EU and member states. So that shows to you the difference of firepower. The key difference, however, is that what the Chinese produce, invest, build, is done by Chinese workers and is done in a way that it significantly enhances the foreign indebtedness of the receiving country. So for many countries there are debt traps which are being created, like Sri Lanka knows a lot about this, for example, or some African countries. And we are trying to avoid that. But what needs to be done for us to be more effective is that we do a proper corridor and network planning, and that we significantly increase the speed between the identification of projects and the delivery of projects.
Nico, same question for you. Which opportunities do you see to bind the new member states which are close when it comes to values and beliefs of Europe closer to Germany, to Europe?
Well, I think Professor Parquet and Gunnar Wiegand have already said that, and I think is very important. There is the danger that with all the craziness coming out of the White House, we spend way too much time trying to communicate and trying to negotiate. All of this is important, but I think we just have to contend with the reality that for now, the US have said goodbye to free trade and globalization. I'm, at this point, not very convinced that whoever will lead the next administration will completely reverse that. Even if they did, it would probably be too late. So I think right now really is the time to look for other partners. And it's been said many times here today is that, maybe with one notable exception, the BRICS countries, all of them are very interested in trade, they're very open to trade. And I think there is now an opportunity because everybody needs to look for alternatives. There's some research that I came across yesterday by a professor at the IMD school in Switzerland, done before yesterday's announcement, but his assumption was that even if trade with the US would drop to zero for every country, but assuming that the growth rates in trade with every other country would stay linearly the same, I think about 70 countries in the world would only take a year to sort of make up the loss of trade with the US, and then the others would follow next few years. That doesn't mean that that's not great. That's still, sort of a few years of negative trade. But it also means that maybe we shouldn't completely overestimate the US's role. They're about 13% of global trade. That's not a little, that's a lot, but it's also not enough to, I think, fundamentally cripple the system. So I think we should really try to sort of keep an open mind. The problem is, that may mean that we have to keep an open mind to find agreements, including with countries whose values we maybe do not completely share. I think that's the bind that European countries, I'm including Switzerland, even though we're, of course, not a member of the EU, we find ourselves in that if we want to expand our horizons as we should, we may have to, as the BRICS countries do, all the time when they meet, we may have to find ways to collaborate and talk to countries with which we are not perfectly aligned. I think that's just a reality.
Thank you. I would now like to open the floor. We have time for 1 to 2 questions. Who would like to go first? Remember the name, organization you represent, if any, who should answer the question, and don't forget the question mark.
Vielen Dank. Theresa Whitlock, my name. I'm sorry, I switched to English. I work for the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation as well, and I would like to tie into this analysis that both Trump as well as the BRICS platform, or however you may call it, are very critical of the international system in their own ways. So my question is that will Trump and BRICS, and rephrasing the question of this whole panel, will Trump and BRICS accidentally reshape the liberal world order together? And maybe that ties into another question or another level of the question, which is, are they even aligned in the ways they criticize the international order?
Who would like?
Yeah, Switzerland obviously a very important and strong voice in international relations, so it's good that we have a seat at the table. No, I think they're absolutely not aligned at all. As you said, I think this is totally accidental in the sense that the BRICS countries, again, we have to, I think, maybe we should start talking about BRICS, because I think we always have to sort of exclude Russia here a little bit, which I think in some ways is not aligned. The other countries, again, it's been said many times today, I think have hugely benefited from the international order, have no interest whatsoever in sort of tearing it down and rebuilding it from scratch. They have what I think are largely, partially, legitimate concerns about their own representation, but their interest is to find ways for reform, and I think one reason BRICS exists is also because it creates more leverage to be able to sort of, institute those reforms. And I think that's drastically different from, I think there's really no other word for it anymore, the completely nihilistic view of the current US president, who seems to believe that every international, every multilateral institution is just out to get him. So I think they may accident in a way that I described before. I think Trump's actions may sort of give BRICS a little bit of a boost, and maybe that will help sort of implement some of the reforms that otherwise would have taken longer, but I don't think they're aligned. I'd be very curious to hear whether my co-panelists agree or not.
I think they are accidentally aligned in the damage they do to the international system, but they are not aligned in the objective nor in the methods. President Trump is against others taking advantage of the US, whether these others are allies or non-allies or international organizations. While the commonality between the BRICS, and here I do include specifically Russia, is that they think that the US has taken advantage of the international system since 1945, and with it, its Western closest allies. And this has to be remedied. So they both feel aggrieved, but from a very different perspective. And they both want to change this. And I'm afraid that President Trump does not care if many of the international organizations of the current system would become victim of that, meaning wouldn't exist anymore, while the others want to reshape, rebalance. And for us Europeans, that's a very difficult, delicate balance now between these two radical approaches to work for reform and to save the system. But it's a real mission for Europe.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings our panel already to an end. Our panelists have shared many insightful thoughts. I've noted for myself 3 key takeaways. First of all, keep the communication channels open to the US, but communicate, communicate, communicate. Second, we have good news from Gunnar that whoever will be the next German foreign minister or the chancellor himself will finally ensure that EU-Mercosur gets ratified and that France is no longer blocking it. And we will also make progress on the free trade agreement with India and the remaining ASEAN countries, because one thing is clear, we need new friends in the world. And thirdly, liberals can never be pessimists and are optimists. I would particularly like our three panelists for their insightful contributions. Nico Luxinger, Gunnar Wiegand, and Professor Karl-Heinz Paquet. Please join me in giving them a round of applause. And I would like to thank you, the audience, first of all, for attending, for asking questions, and also for joining us via the live stream around the globe. If you need any more information, just a brief reminder that there is the policy available, copies in German and in English, so you can read everything in more detail what we have discussed today and way more. And you can obviously also, because we are digital, read it on the website of the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation or also on the website of Table Media, which exclusively reported from the event today. And with that, I would like to hand over to Ms. Pomerenke for the final handover words.
Yeah, thank you so much, Hans-Dieter Holzmann, for moderating this very interesting panel. I want to say thank you from my side already for joining us today during this event here at the Bucerius Law School, and obviously also at home or in your office, wherever you may be, on our live stream. It was a very, very interesting day full of very enriching discussions. Thank you so much for participating, for discussing with us. That was really very interesting. I've learned so much today. And from my side, I already want to wish you a very nice evening. Have a safe trip home. But it has become our very good tradition that obviously the final remarks will be made by Mr. Karl-Heinz Paquet. So it is my pleasure to pass the microphone on to you. And we are very looking forward to hear what you are taking home from today's conference. Mr. Paquet, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be very brief, and the main point is basically to say thanks, in particular to Alena Pomerenke. Thank you very much for your competent and charming guidance through the day. And I also want to thank all those who have directed the discussions: Julia Ganter, Almut Rösner, Elisabeth Winter, Miriam Prübs-Hansen, and Hans-Dieter Holzmann. Thank you very much. It was a great event. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't summarize basically nothing. I won't summarize nothing. Why? Because as we realized a couple of times during this wonderful afternoon, it was that BRICS is an extremely complex topic, and that we are just at the beginning of analyzing it. And I promise you, we, as the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation for Freedom, and maybe I can also speak for the colleagues from the other organizations, we will continue to do work on this. And why is it so complex? Well, we are talking about a fundamental change of the world from a bipolar world to a multipolar world, from a post-war reconstruction of institutions, which at some time, maybe in the 1990s, 2000s, reached a peak, to a restructuring of these organizations, because the global south, very loosely speaking, is back. Centuries ago, the global south was a natural participant in global events. And then from the 19th century on, suddenly due to industrialization, due to a couple of specific Eurocentric and maybe America-centric developments later on, there was a gap emerging in living standards. And we all know economic power, living standards determine political power. And so for a while in history, Europe and America were dominating the game. That is over this time. And the rise of BRICS is just part of this restructuring of the world, politically, economically, and also culturally. So we are in the middle, or in the early stages of this process, not quite yet in the middle. I think this century I will not live long enough, unfortunately, to go through this whole process as a liberal optimist. But this process will change the world. And as a liberal, I of course hope that within this fundamental transformation, we will keep the good things which have developed, liberal values, human rights, rule of law, democracy, market economy, and all the rest of it. But we will, at the same time, we will have this fundamental shift of the balance of power. And we Europeans, we Americans, let me put it that way, you know, I'm a member of the Transatlantic Bridge and a great friend of the United States and Canada, where I studied, we have to live with it. And as an optimist, I may say, at some point, we will learn to live with it. There may be some laggards, as we at the moment realize in the United States with Donald Trump and his whole movement, but we have to do everything that they will not win at the end and turn back the clock of the world from a free trading, an open society, a global open society, into a closed system. This would be a tragedy. We have we have to try to prevent this. And I promise for my foundation that we will be doing a bit of research and a bit of discussion to get the right way in the long run. Thank you very much for having been here today. It was a great pleasure to discuss with you. Thank you also for your contributions, your questions, your comments during the day. And I'm sure we meet again next time in Hamburg. Thank you.